briefing, which is amazing, with two people. And George came in at the exit point. If we have an earthquake or a fire, we assemble outside the Space Tower House. I'll ask you to make sure your phones are turned off, and otherwise we're underway. Thank you.
Tēnā koutou, ko Ms Downing, Te Konea Hau, more Forest and Bird. And before I delve in, I just want to thank the panel for accommodating us. I know that we have been missing in action on some aspects of this. Due to a mix of resource constraints and internal council being on leave. So these submissions are presented on behalf of Forest and Bird in support of its submission and further submission on the proposed Otago Regional Policy Statement, Freshwater Planning Instrument. I'm also conscious of the time constraints that we have, so I'll do my best to talk to parts of the legal submissions rather than read. In terms of the legal framework, we are in general agreement with the legal submissions for the council, but we offer some commentary on the Port Otago decision. Forest and Bird submits the decision in Port Otago has some relevance in interpreting NPSFM policies, but otherwise is of no major moment to the freshwater planning process. This is because the port's policy the decision focuses on the interplay between the port's policy and the New Zealand Coastal Policy Statement and the avoidance policies. And in this case, the Supreme Court found that the terms recognise coupled with requires gives the port's policy a directive character in the same vein as policies 11, 13, 15 and the surf breaks policy, which I think is 16 of the NZCPS. So that was my oral summary of paragraphs 6 and 7. Paragraph 8, the NPSFM does not contain a policy of similarly directive character for the second and third priorities under the NPSFM. And saliently, King Salmon has not been overturned and its methodology to interpreting objectives and policies remain. And to support that, I take a passage from Port Otago confirming that point around the language in which the policies are expressed will be significant, particularly in determining how directed they are intended to be and how much or how little flexibility a subordinate decision maker might have. And at paragraph 11, I make the point that the findings in King Salmon still remain instructive in dealing with interplay between policy direction contained within national policy statements. And at points A and F, I reiterate the findings in King Salmon in terms of the formula to be applied. I don't propose to take the panel through those. I assume the panel will be well apprised of this, unless you'd like me to.
No, it's fine.
So accordingly, in giving effect to the NPSFM, it is of course critical to consider the precise wording of the objective or policy in issue. This involves considering whether it's formulated in a directive way or if it's formulated in a way that confers wide flexibility in implementation. Now from paragraph 13 onwards, I talk about the concept of material harm, and I'm mindful of time and mindful that I've jumped the gun in terms of talking about this. I understand there's a further opportunity to respond on the implications of Port Otago. So I'll do my best just to skip through this section because I understand that this has been discussed by many other parties or submitters in this process. The point we'd like to make is that the different statutory context that this concept comes from, which is under the Exclusive Economic Zone and Continental Shelf Environmental Effects Act, the EEZ Act. In that case, the court was tasked with interpreting an entirely different purpose, and I've set that out in paragraph 15. And then the other key difference in my submission is that that act, the purpose of that act is not fleshed out in the same way as Section 5, Part 2 of the Resource Management Act, in terms of the cascade of documents, the hierarchy of planning documents that sit under Part 2, which help flesh out the meaning of Part 2. So I submit that in the RMA context, like I just said, these documents guide the suitable approaches as to what may amount to an adverse effect or material harm or otherwise. From paragraph 17 to 22, again, large quotes from a large decision. The short point from that, that Forest and Bird is making, is that we don't consider these notions of material harm to be a significant shift from the findings on minor and transitory in King Salmon. The interesting point that the court made was that the standard was protection from material harm, but they noted that temporary harm can be material. And so there's a high degree of consistency with that finding, and the findings in King Salmon around minor and transitory. And then over the next page, I think Justice Glazebrook puts it best in the paragraph, or the portion of the paragraph that I've highlighted. Moving to paragraph 23, in the context of the freshwater planning instrument parts of the corpse, if I can call it that, Council submits that the findings as to material harm are of peripheral relevance. If anything, they serve to reinforce the integral role of bottom lines in environmental management. Paragraph 24, I set out some of the key bottom lines of interest to Forest and Bird, which the panel will be well familiar with, so I don't intend to read out that paragraph. The short point is that Forest and Bird considers that these are stated in such directive terms and must be implemented. And then I'll read 26 and 27, just because I don't want to misconvey it. The points. So the findings in Port Otago do not readily apply to the NPSFM, particularly policy 11, the most directive policies in the NPSFM. Port Otago considered the NZCPS avoidance policies. Following Port Otago, the application of the avoidance policies requires a nuanced assessment, including matters such as whether adverse effects will in fact be minor or transitory, or whether adverse effects have been remedied or mitigated to the extent they are avoided. This can be contrasted with the phrasing in NPSFM policy 11 that future over-allocation is avoided. Over-allocation is defined as including where a resource use exceeds a limit. This does not require a nuanced assessment, as it is a factual matter to determine a limit, for example, a minimum flow or take limit, is either breached or it is not. For example, for water takes beyond an allocation limit, the latitude to assess the scale of adverse effects should have already occurred, with any defined exceptions to the taking of water below minimum flow or levels, or an exceedance of an allocation limit, for example, for community drinking supplies. The wording in NPSFM policy 11 is clear and does not invite an assessment of whether the proposed over-allocation will create adverse effects. It is assumed to do so. And just at 28, we submit how more stringency is justified in the Otago context, and I set out the relevant provisions of the NPSFM, which obviously the panel would have been provided with in terms of the NPSFM being able to be more stringent. Moving on to Te Mano Te Wai and LFYP1, I can defer to an extent to Ms. Burns on this point in terms of justifying the retention of the wording as it is. As I understand, a number of parties have sought changes to this, and our Forest and Bird supports where the 42A report officer has landed and has adopted the legal submissions in this regard. One thing that we do continue to seek, which was set out in our original submission, is explicit reference in third priority to hydroelectricity generation, and that's just to try and obviously nip the argument in the bud at this level of the hierarchy, so that the argument doesn't occur again downstairs once we get to the regional plan and district plan level. New LFFW01A region-wide objective for freshwater. Similarly, happy with where the 42A report officer has landed on that, but there are two outstanding matters from Forest and Birds perspective. The first is explicit reference to restoring water bodies. Forest and Birds submission sought, and this is a paragraph 35, Forest and Birds submission sought an overarching all of Otago catchment vision that included inter alia water bodies are protected at or restored to a state of good health, well-being and resilience. However, LFFW01A lacks any direction to restore water bodies where they are degraded. Including an outcome in this regard is necessary to achieving the NPSFM objective to prioritise first the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater ecosystems. The second matter outstanding is a reference, and I understand the Department of Conservation or Director General of Conservation has sought similarly, that all achievement of all outcomes set out in freshwater visions are by no later than 2040 in all Otago catchments or earlier where this has been specified in FMU specific provisions. I don't intend to spend a lot of time on these paragraphs as we largely adopt the planning rationale set out in the evidence of Ms. McIntyre for Kaitahu. But over on the next page, I've taken an extract from the departmental report on the Resource Management Amendment Bill, which records the problem definition driving the NPSFM's development, which provides the rationale for ambitious timeframes. And so if I just interpolate on that matter, we'd say that, or my submission, the danger of not including these timeframes is without that compulsion, there's the risk that the change necessary doesn't occur. Now moving on to LFFWP7A. I won't spend too much time on this one either, as Ms. Burns has it in hand, and I don't steal her thunder. But this is where Forest and Bird seeks a reference to within limits in policy LFFWP7A. We understand the points made by Ms. McIntyre from Kaitahu that the reference to allocating water to the extent possible within limits could be encouraging use up to those limits, but I make the point that once the freshwater planning process is completed, one should be able to assume that the take limits and minimum flows will be set at a level to give effect to part 2 of the NPSFM and accordingly provide for ecosystem health. So as long as these limits are not breached, then it should make no difference if use goes to the limit. Moving on to natural wetlands. Again, where Forest and Bird is highly supportive of where the 42A report officer has landed in terms of provisions pertaining to them. I just note there's a typo there. That footnote 37 should be after the first sentence at paragraph 44, and I apologise for that. So in terms of offsetting and compensation, Forests and Birds supports the reference to the more stringent effects management hierarchy that has been recommended by the reporting officer in her, I think it was the June report, and I set that policy wording at paragraph 45. However, certain submitters seek a carve out from this on the basis that the NPSIB does not apply to renewable electricity generation and electricity transmission assets and activities. Forests and Bird opposes this carve out and submits that the wording recommended in the section 42A report dated 2 June 2023 to ensure that Indigenous biodiversity is considered under the offsetting and compensation criteria of the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter is retained. It appears those submitters rely on clause 1.33 of the NPSIB, and I leave the panel to read that. It is important to note also that the NPSFM has no parallel carve-out. Such a clause in the NPSIB is unusual in that it outs the role of Section C of the Resource Management Act for two specific sectors where there is no clear statutory basis to do so. I note that it could also have the perverse effect of overriding other parts of Part 2 of the RMA, including Sections 6E and 8, and I footnote what those provisions say. So obviously Section 8 is to take into account the principle of the Treaty of Waitangi. A replacement NPS for electricity transmission and renewable energy was consulted on earlier this year. Nevertheless, the final content and timing of any replacement is not known. In the meantime, Council submits that the panel cannot rely on the NPSIB as giving effect to the purposes and principles of the Act. And again, I go back to King Salmon, and at paragraph 51, I leave the panel to read that clause for that passage.
Thank you.
In my submission, the same cannot be said with respect to the NPSIB, for example, that it gives substance to Part 2 in relation to the terrestrial environment, given the glaring gap in its application. In King Salmon, the Supreme Court makes clear that absent invalidity, incomplete coverage, or uncertainty of meaning in the intervening statutory documents, there is usually no need to look at Part 2 of the RMA. These are known as the caveats in King Salmon parlance, and Council submits these caveats apply here as the NPSIB is incomplete in its coverage. It is therefore necessary to go to Part 2 in this instance. Section 6C is the protection of areas of significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna, and is a matter to be recognised and provided for. The wording recommended in the Section 42A hearing report dated 2 June 2023 accords with and has a legitimate basis in Section 6 of the RMA. It is therefore legally acceptable. As discussed, the NPSIB, an executive-made document, cannot override the clear operation of Section 6 of the Resource Management Act and Act of Parliament. Now at paragraphs 55 to 57, I've set out guidance from an Environment Court decision, which I don't propose to go through, a judgment by Judge Thompson, where he looks at the interplay between Indigenous biodiversity and renewable energies and electricity transmission, which are section 7 matters. And I don't propose to read those, but leave the panel to read the highlighted portions.
Right.
And again, I won't take the panel through paragraphs 58 to 60. These are essentially taken from Ms. Burns' rebuttal evidence as to why the more stringent approach is justified. So that takes me to paragraph 61, a broader definition for natural wetlands. Forest and Bird supports the amended definition of natural wetland recommended in Ms. Boyd's supplementary evidence dated 18th August 2023, so that the pasture exclusions from the NPSFM definition of natural inland wetlands are removed. Forest and Bird commends the approach taken by the reporting officer in this regard. Forest and Bird adopts the legal submissions of Kaitahu regarding scope to include such changes. It's also noted that the Director General of Conservation submission seeking recognition of ephemeral wetlands also provides scope to an extent, as this was geared towards the similar problem definition in terms of ephemeral wetlands within pasture which do not contain threatened species or otherwise do not contain threatened species but have not been identified by the Council under NPSFM clause 3.8. Until comprehensive mapping of natural inland wetlands is undertaken, including identifying those that are habitat to a threatened species, there will be a long period where entire wetland habitats are not afforded NPSFM protection and at potential risk of further degradation and or decline. Ms. Boyd's supplementary evidence highlights the risk of some of the most vulnerable and or degraded wetlands may fall through cracks by virtue of either not being mapped or being excluded from being considered a natural inland wetland on the basis of the prevalence of exotic pasture species. The reporting officer's approach accords with NPSFM Policy 1, which directs freshwater is managed in a way that gives effect to Te Mama o Te Wai. And Policy 1 applies to freshwater per se, and it doesn't discriminate amongst forms of wetlands, whether they comprise more than 50% exotic pasture species cover or not. Now, moving on to Policy L or Objective LFFW 09 natural wetlands. One outstanding concern that Forest and Bird has is the reference to net decrease. And at paragraph 66, I note the concern of planning witness for the Director General in that regard. Don't propose to read that. And so moving to 67, the reference to no net decrease does not appropriately reflect NPSFM Policy 6, which directs there is no further loss of extent of natural inland wetlands, their values are protected, and their restoration is promoted. Modifying this policy direction by referring to no net decrease fails to implement it, as it gives the false impression that unrelated improvements elsewhere may be appropriate. Offers to improve ecosystems elsewhere is not always appropriate or always available under the NPSFM, which prescribes limits to offsetting. And now the amended version of the NPSFM has included Appendix 6, Principle 3, which prescribes where offsetting is not appropriate. And I highlight one of the key examples from Forest and Bird's position, which is that an offset is not appropriate in an instance where there are residual adverse effects that cannot be offset because of the irreplaceability or vulnerability of the Indigenous biodiversity affected. The evidence of Dr. Dunn for the Director General is that the Otago region houses a suite of highly threatened Indigenous non-diadromous galaxid fishes. Given the vulnerability is demonstrated by the threat status of many of Otago's freshwater species set out in the evidence of Dr. Dunn, including the wetland specialist, which is a funny term anyway, Canterbury mudfish, threatened nationally critical, Forest and Birds submits it is inappropriate to signal at the RPS level an objective of directing no net decrease of wetlands. Net, accordingly, must be deleted from LFFW09. Further, the objective broadly applies to natural wetlands as opposed to the narrowest subset of natural inland wetlands, and the NZCPS accordingly applies to those natural wetlands that occur in the coastal environment. While the freshwater planning process is focused on freshwater, the RPS FPI must still give effect to the NZCPS. Policy 11 of the NZCPS is to avoid adverse effects on items specifically listed in Policy 11A, for example, Indigenous taxa that are listed as threatened or at risk in the New Zealand Threat Classification System list, and avoid significant effects and avoid, remedy or mitigate other adverse effects on items specifically listed in Policy 11B. For example, Indigenous ecosystems and habitats that are only found in the coastal environment and are particularly vulnerable to modification, including estuaries, lagoons, coastal wetlands, dunelands, intertidal zones, rocky reef systems, eelgrass, and salt marsh. The NZCPS makes no express provision for offset and compensation. Depending on the values at play, a natural wetland in the coastal environment may engage Policy 11A criteria, which represent strict ecological bottom lines and therefore will not be amenable to offsetting. To provide for no net decrease, which provides latitude for offsetting of natural wetland extent, particularly in the coastal environment, will not give effect to the clear and unambiguous bottom lines in NZCPS Policy 11. Paragraph 75, I address LFFWP10, which is the wetland restoration policy. I won't read that out as this is another matter that is addressed in the rebuttal evidence of Ms. Burns, and I also like to take paragraph 76 as read. This just simply notes that we support the Director General in their submission seeking more spotlighting on ephemeral wetlands in the policies. And our this last topic is on LFFWM7, and may I ask how we are for time?
Yeah, Rob.
Okay, maybe I was through too quickly. Essentially, here we're happy with where the report officer has landed. And again, another matter that Ms. Burns can also field questions on and talk to. But yeah, I could read paragraph 80, which responds to some of the matters that have been raised by Waka Kotahi in terms of the approach that they take to consenting applications. What has to be borne in mind in the RPS, and I'm at paragraph 80A, in the RPS making context is the requirement to give effect to the national policy statement. MPSFM policy 8 is that significant values of outstanding water bodies are protected. It is unqualified, and introducing the qualifications sought by Waka Kotahi will prevent the RPS from implementing MPSFM policy 8. The balanced approach that was set out in the evidence of Ms. Craw for Waka Kotahi does not reflect the paradigm shift that is Te Manu Te Wai, which prioritises first the health and well-being of water bodies and freshwater systems. In terms of section 6A matters, Forest and Bird notes that the new clause 2A include provisions to preserve the natural character of lakes and rivers and their margins from the adverse effects of land use and development and activities on the surface of water would address this. Forest and Bird is supportive of the new clause 2A as recommended by the section 42A officer. Conclusion, Forest and Bird's concerns in terms of the Corp's FPI giving effect to the MPSFM and NZCPS directives are narrowing. In some cases, such as with the recommended amendments to the natural wetland definition, it has exceeded expectations, which Forest and Bird endorses. These instances represent the paradigm shift anticipated by the MPSFM. Forest and Bird nevertheless still seek some additional changes, and I've listed those below and don't propose to read them unless the panel would like me to.
Thank you, Ms. Dowling. Maybe we some questions from the panel to you. So start with Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, no, thank you. I think I have a couple of questions. I suppose one of the things that's, I mean, we've heard from a number of, I suppose, parties with nationally or regionally significant infrastructure, and those that have got, I suppose, carve-outs through clause 3.22 of the MPSFM, for example, in relation to inland wetlands, but I know there's some other carve-outs in there as well. How do you reconcile, I suppose, the likes of clause 3.22 with the more directive policies in the MPSFM? How do you think we should, I suppose, then carry that through into the RPS? I suppose what we've got, what we're hearing from others is they're wanting sort of the RPS provisions slightly relaxed to allow a way through for those carve-outs. But then we've also, I suppose, got quite directive policies sitting behind that, as well as the RMA.
Yeah, I guess in this freshwater planning context, as I've set out, those bottom lines still need to be reflected at the RPS level, and there is that ability to have that stringency. And I guess on top of that, we've got the MPSIB layer, which provides that added justification in the natural wetland context. I think I have a lot of sympathy for the panel where you've got people wanting something for everything. But yeah, I guess the danger is maintaining the status quo, which has allowed the continual degradation. So I think it sounds really philosophical, but that also needs to be borne in mind, and that's what's encouraged with the prioritisation and the objective, which is Te Mana o Te Wai.
But I suppose I suppose one of the things that we've had presented to us is that if you look at the policies and you look at Te Mana o Te Wai, the clauses in the MPSFM tell us how to interpret that. And for 3.22, it says that it's okay to do certain things, you know, with the effects management hierarchy, I suppose, providing that backup. But there's that tension there that we've got to work our way through. And
I guess if the effects management hierarchy works as it's intended with these introduced appendices, which essentially enshrine some long-standing principles of offsetting and compensation, in reality, theoretically, I should say, it should be in very, very narrow circumstances that these pathways, these cracks, can be utilised. if that makes sense. So if, just going through the principles for aquatic offsetting, in my submission, they're quite directive. So principles 1 to 6, they're compulsory, and that's set out in the definition. So there's a lot of flicking around of effects management hierarchy, I think.
Just
So I can't find it really quickly, but that's
yeah.
those. The others are optional, but principles 1 to 6 are compulsory matters, and if when policy 2, policy principle 2 bites, which is the one I took the panel through before, in terms of where an offset isn't appropriate, then one would assume that the objective and policies of the NPCM are still being faithful.
Yeah.
Still being faithful to them.
Okay. Yeah. Just a question around your paragraph 31. We've had the renewable electricity generators coming in and saying that electricity is essential for human health. For example, you need to pump water to get water around to be able to provide it for drinking. You need, a lot of people, you need warmth in your home. A lot of people need electricity to maintain their health if they've got health issues, those kinds of things. You've come in and said you think it should be a third priority. How would you respond to what we're hearing from the REGS companies?
I haven't had the chance to read all the submissions or watch, but I have been thinking about it a lot because the issue is just going to crop up again and again. And I fully endorse where the council legal submissions landed on this. I think, to boil it down, where you're making money from something, which is what I fully acknowledge that they're providing for people's health because someone might need life support, and same for Hort NZ, people need fruit and vegetables, but those are a commodity. And I think the way my submission or my understanding of the prioritisation is that the first order is for ecosystem health. And so when you've got that right, you've got your indicator species returning, and then you've got, in a dream world, you've got the whitebait species that have no longer got their current threat statuses. And then you move to the second order, which is if people can drink water. That's not something New Zealand is currently paid for. And then you've got people who are able to harvest, knowing that, it's not ecologically, potentially ecologically damaging to be harvesting things from the water to provide for their family. And then once that's sorted, then we can move on to how we actually make the money from the collective we, from the water body. But I think in my submission, the way things have operated in the past few decades has been that it's gone the other way. The extractive money-making side of things has come first, and then we've looked at things like returning indicator species last.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks for that. Just one of the other, I suppose, matters that's come up quite a lot through the hearing, and we've had submissions on it from some council, and it's something that you haven't touched on here, but it's around how we can integrate our two processes, given we're given the same people are on a non-freshwater panel and a freshwater panel, as you're aware. And I suppose I'm interested in Forest and Birds views because of your involvement in the court case that I suppose got us into this pickle a little bit. I'm wondering if you've got any views on how we can make sure that we get an integrated document out of that through the way in which we make our decisions, present our decisions, and that sort of thing. Have you got any advice on how we can do that to make it legally robust?
It's a hard one. I'm trying to think about it, but I can just say I understand it. I understand in the Wellington context. They're going to wait till the end. Maggie, Ms. Burns might be able to talk about this, will answer this as well, but they are, again, same panel hearing both aspects and waiting till the end to determine what's in or out of the freshwater process. But
yeah, I mean, I suppose we're in a position where we've had the provisions were notified either as freshwater or non-freshwater, or the freshwater provisions were notified separately. So we're not in a position where we can move things around, so to speak. That's locked, and we have had people coming to us through this process saying, well, if there's a change made here to the non-freshwater, then we're okay with the freshwater and the like. We've got a lot of overlapping issues, overlapping legal issues that we've somehow got to reconcile. I mean, were you involved in the High Court case?
I was involved, yes.
It wasn't something that was being considered at the time as to how it might play out.
From opposing counsel, it probably was considered, but I think from Forest and Birds' perspective, we were more concerned about the limited appeal rights. Should everything be going through the freshwater planning process?
Yeah.
And yeah, the flip consequences that, given that there's so many, or that the problem definition I set out earlier about addressing freshwater degradation, we were worried that would be slowed down by dealing with things pertaining to vehicles, things in this coastal marine area.
Yeah, so I suppose we're in a position where we'll be trying to find a way to make sure the document is integrated. And then I suppose what happens when it goes off down two separate appeal processes may end up splitting it apart a little bit again. But yeah, so no advice to us on how to.
Not at this stage.
Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay. I thought it asked. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Downing. The most important thing first is the priorities. And you picked on hydroelectricity generation there, but you made no comment about the wine association's request that wine be in priority too. Is that a personal bias or preference going out there?
No, I had to be within scope, and I think that was where we had scope, and that was the example that was given in our first submission. But I mean, to be consistent, I still say it's the third order because, again, my basic reasoning.
I think he's probably right, but we thought it was a bit of a stretch. Just more serious sort of matters. Well, first I'll go to paragraph 54 when you're talking about the IB.
Yes.
Can't override the direction and operation of section 6 of the Act. In paragraph 24, where you're talking about the policies, quite directive policies with bottom lines in this NPS. Now, one of the ones that, and you've dealt with it in terms of Waka Kotahi's submission around the issues they have in outstanding water bodies and having to do various things. So that policy 8 is the significant values of those outstanding water bodies are protected. So how do I align your comments in 54 with your comments there? Because the outstanding water body issue is qualified in the RMA section 6 A and B. So that has that inappropriate development qualifier.
Yeah, I think it's just This is in my submission, a policy that is fleshing out policy section, not policy. It's giving flesh to section 6C of the RMA. It's not addressing the 6A. And that's why we, Forest and Bird, would have concerns with any qualifier being added to it.
Oh, okay, so did you say section 6C?
Yes.
So that's the indigenous habitats of vegetation, fauna, etc. So really you're linking values back to the indigenous biodiversity as opposed to, yeah, okay, understand that, as opposed to the
Broader
the
matters.
broader landscape sort of matters. So there's a subset in there, I guess.
Yeah, and that's why, and then I note how the officer had inserted a new clause into that policy to address the natural character aspects in section 6A.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Now, I guess clause 324 of this NPS, which is the extent of modification to a river if you have a functional need. Is it more of a natural character issue as well? Is it?
Let's check 324.
There's a lot to take in with all this.
Yeah, and that's, I think that is geared, that's more of a grab bag one too, because it's talking about river extent and values, and that's covering rivers broadly as opposed to this policy 8, which is dealing with outstanding water bodies per se, and so
Yeah.
I see that there's a slight difference between the provisions, and then even then. Functional need in my submission is it should be a high bar for loss to occur. Functional need is more difficult to satisfy than an operational need.
Yeah, okay, understand that. Just in relation to some of your outstanding matters, the restoration issue. You're concerned, I think, that it's not reflected in the objectives. Because when I go into the policies, I think P7 and P10 does talk about restoration and degradation, I think, from memory.
That's right. Yeah, absolutely. But I guess from a planner's perspective,
You want that connection.
yeah,
Yeah, I guess so the outcome, the objective setting the outcome, this is where we want to get to. And if it is degraded, then those policies tell you how to bring it back.
correct. But I guess the planning purist, not that I'm a planner, would say that the objective should form the primary target, and then you have your policies stemming from that.
Yeah, others have brought that up. So, just in terms of going back to the wetlands issue, which is quite fraught.
I agree. They don't fit into our Western legal boxes.
Yeah. In your comments around this more stringent effects management hierarchy that Ms. Boyd's promoted, and you're saying that the NPS allows that. When I go into that policy, 322, I think it is. And this is a legal question, so you're allowed to be more stringent. But then in this policy, this particular clause says that a regional council must include a policy, that policy, or words to the same effect. That's quite directive. But so you're still saying that we can go harder than that?
That's Forest and Bird's position.
Yeah. I can't recall what Mr. Anderson's view on that was, but I'm sure he will address that.
That's what I can't either.
You should know these things right off the top of your head, Simon. Yeah, okay, so I understand what you're saying here, and then when you get into the details about the wetlands, and understand the issue that's been raised there, but I guess that no net decrease issue, I think, is a reflection of the potential for infrastructure, etc., to use that clause.
Yeah. I guess the problem with highlighting it in the RPS though is that there will be other sectors that can't benefit from this. So it's misleading to promote no net decrease. And then it's just by using the NZCPS contains more stringent submissions or directions in my submission.
Yeah, I know that FWP9, so many letters and words in this thing, but that does actually, I think that's the wetland policy, it does refer to the New Zealand coastal policy statement, so I don't think this is contracting out or allows any ability to be less stringent in the coastal policy statement. I was interested in your argument 64 about policy 1 of the FM, directing that freshwater is managed in a way that gives effect to why. And so why would they actually change the definition of wetlands?
Sorry, in the policy?
In your paragraph 64, you referred to policy 1 of the MPS in the context of those wetlands that aren't picked up by the new definition. So it just doesn't kind of make sense to me that they would make that change in the definition, but then we have to apply this policy framework to those others anyway.
I guess that the point of referencing NPSFM policy 1 is just it supports that broader definition of natural wetlands. So taking out the clauses around the pasture species, it lends support to that because it is a water-centric policy, and so will often crop up against arguments around how other smaller water bodies like ephemeral rivers, ephemeral streams and wetlands shouldn't be included. But in our view, or in my submission, policy 1 does provide support for recognition of those smaller water bodies.
Yeah, I guess then that more stringent test comes in. I guess that's where you could use being more stringent in the MPS under that.
I agree with
sort
you.
of general policy. That's where you're in as, I guess. Yeah. And just in relation to the Portatea case, were you going to file legal submissions on that, or is this your legal submission? Because I'm really interested in the views around the concepts of mitigation may serve to meet the avoid standard, and how that actually applies in reality. Is that saying we've got a period of time to achieve avoidance, or?
Annoyingly, it will be a matter of fact and degree and context.
Yeah.
So yeah, I've come out of a hearing, but in coastal environment, where the species, there's only 31 left. And in that instance, well, Forest and Bird's position is that that remediation, mitigation are the wrong avenues to go down, and that the avoidance needs to come first.
Yeah, I had a feeling that the court also referred to remediation in that context too, did they?
They did, but I think, yeah, they did say if it can be brought down to the level of ensuring that there's no more
material harm. Yeah.
So yeah, and the short answer is I'd like to reserve my position to respond on that.
Yes. Okay, well, great. Thank you very much for that. Maybe you could address the wine issue in more detail.
Just make it been on that. Yeah, that's right. My question is directed at something that Ms. Burns is included in her submission, but it does apply to some things that you said today. So I'm happy for either or both of you to respond to it, and it's around the Te Wai. And paragraph 36 of Ms. Burns's presentation. The two issues there. One of them is about Te Wai being interpreted by mana whenua at place, and then leads on to then Māori, putting Māori at the forefront of decision making. Now, can either one or both of you just expand on that for me a wee bit, particularly the second bit, but the first bit is quite important, that it's mana whenua at place that sort of drives, I guess, a fair chunk of Te Wai interpreting, including the prioritisation, balancing, and all those things. So, who do I throw this at first?
Ms. Burns.
Kia ora. Yes, so my understanding of the interpretation or the process for interpreting Te Wai is that is a process that occurs through active involvement of mana whenua, and it's up to both council and mana whenua to determine what Te Wai means in that local context, and obviously that process has been done in the Otago region. And in terms of, I mean, at place, just in terms of what that rohi looks like, yeah, where that is. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, sure. And then the second bit, putting Māori at the forefront of decision making, because Māori has been one of those sort of sensitive or hard issues to deal with. I mean, partly depends on which direction you come at it from, but I'd be interested in, I mean, saying things like putting it at the forefront of decision making is, I think I understand what you're saying, but maybe I may be missing something.
So my understanding of the Te Wai provisions that have been proposed is that Māori is within that objective, and so in terms of Te Wai being the overarching guiding principle for freshwater under the MPSFM, and that being interpreted in the Te Wai objectives as restoring the Māori. Apologies, I'll have to find exactly what that objective says. But yes, that's where I'd understand it.
Sort of general level for forest and bird in particular, are there any particular issues around that you would highlight? I mean, what are some of the things that are Māori be ignoring at forest and bird?
Oh, such an interesting question, because it's a big learning space, but I guess really endorsing that it does become to tangata whenua place, and because in every proceeding I've been engaged in to date, I'm learning new things, and the approach is very different, and the interpretation of other concepts like Māori vary across the country, and it's not something that you can hold. It's not something that can be defined statically. Not just Māori, but other concepts that have now been adopted in planning documents. And I'm finding that it is very much on mana whenua to say what it is, to help others understand, to be able to have it play out in practice.
All right, okay. I mean, I think for many sectors of the community, it's a learning curve that people are going through at the moment. It's like
absolutely, and I'm going back to the recent case that I've come out of, where the question of how to restore Māori was put on some cultural witnesses. And again, the answer varied, but in this case, and I guess it wasn't helpful for the applicant, the answer was that that more than karakia was needed, but there needed to be rāhui.
Good. Thanks. Thanks both of you. Thanks very much.
The criticism that you've made of the NPSIB, are you seeking us to try and make some sort of declaration of validity?
Absolutely not. I think just drawing the point out that it is very unusual that there is this giant carve out. It leaves us a gap in terms of the NPSIB's implementation of Section 6 or Part 2 for one sector. It's almost.
It doesn't, because all it does is leave them in the exact position that you referred to in the Manawatu case. There's no statement in the NPSIB that they've got some carve out from Section 6.
No, but they are seeking a carve out, I understand, from the policy and the PORPs, which directs the more stringent effects management hierarchy to apply.
No, but I'm concentrating on your series of paragraphs 49, 50, 52, where in essence you're really advancing the proposition that somehow the NPSIB has breached or is certainly in conflict with, or certainly doesn't accord with Section 6. And I just struggle with that when clause 1.33 does nothing other than exclude them from the application of the NPSIB, but doesn't go any further than that. So that means that they still face the statutory regime under the RMA, doesn't it?
I don't dispute that, but it's more that I don't think to use King Salmon language, it's complete in its coverage. So, for example, some of the policies in here are quite directive. Tangata whenua exercise kaitiakitanga for Indigenous biodiversity in the Rohe, including through the listed matters. And these policies don't apply to that specific sector. And so we still have to, the point I was trying to say is that we then have to go upstairs to Part 2 to deal with these matters.
Which has some positives and some downsides, I would have thought, for electricity generators, because on the one hand, they don't have to meet some of the more stringent aspects of this NPSIB, but on the other hand, they lose the benefits. They can't, it seems to me, and I'm interested in whether I'm reading it right, they don't have the opportunity of offsetting and compensation under this particular NPSIB.
Potentially. I guess it leaves them exposed in terms of the arguments they'll face in the Part 2 realm.
Yeah, and just talking of that, in terms of talking of the offsetting provisions that are in the PSIB, later on you go on and you're critical of the net decrease wording or no net decrease, but the difficulty with that submission mustn't it, that in the NPSIB and in the NPSFM, both have clauses in relation to offsetting that have headings, no net loss, preferably a net gain, and they have a comparative between the impact site and the alternative, the offset site. So the very concept that you're criticising that's in the RPS is a concept that's actually in the appendices to both of these NPSs.
I agree, it has backup, but again, that's insofar as a confined group in the NPSFM and NPSIB. I think that the greater concern from Forest and Birds perspective is that the NZCPS also applies. And so the policy is no longer faithful to the provisions of the NZCPS by highlighting net
The
decrease.
NZCPS is an old NPS. I mean, it was, I'm old enough to have been around. In fact, I was for a short time council appointed to assist the board in the NZCPS. And I attended some of the initial hearings. I can't even remember the concept of offsetting or compensation even being referred to. So I'm not sure that we necessarily can put a whole lot of weight on the fact that it isn't in the NZCPS as a concept, because it's really a more modern concept that's been picked up and developed, and obviously now picked up in the ESFM and the NPS-IB.
In my submission, the statutory directive is still to give effect to it. Again, in my submission, it's a document that has stood the test of time. It's been the directives are mobile enough to cater to the environmental issues, to growing biodiversity loss that is happening. And I think that the key point with the coastal environment is not trying to give evidence from the bench, but understandings in the coastal and marine space tend to lag what we know in the terrestrial and freshwater space. And so in some instances, it's appropriate to have that more stringent approach in one NPS, particularly the coastal NPS.
Yeah, I can understand that position. Like Mr. Cubitt, I'll be very interested to see your submissions on Port Otago. I won't spend time on that now, but in doing so, you might like to concentrate on certainly that material harm issue, although you've done that here to an extent. Just looking at your paragraph 21, that those cite where that was from, but that's
Apologies.
no, that's right. So that's the Chief Justice in the
Trans-Tasman case.
Oh, yeah. Okay, right.
If it would assist, I can email copies of the cases I've referenced.
No, we've got those cases. Thank you.
I did think to bring a printed copy of that one, but it's too long.
No, we've got copies. That's right. No, thank you for your submissions. And yes, I might come back to the issue tomorrow or why, but we'll do that with your witness.
Okay.
If you've got an input on that, I look forward to a response. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Burns, can you hear us?
Apologies, I just missed a little bit of that.
You to commence.
Thank you. Tēnā koutou, ko Maggie Burns aho. I was asked to provide rebuttal planning evidence on this matter on behalf of Forest and Bird. I take my statement of evidence as read. Just like to reiterate, summarise some key points. In paragraph 16 to 26 of my evidence, I respond to the evidence of Ms. McLeod and Ms. Hunter regarding the concerns with the use of the ecosystem chapter effects management hierarchy and relevant offsetting and compensation principles, rather than those in the National Policy Statement for Freshwater Management. I agree with the recommendation of Ms. Boyd to manage aquatic biodiversity under a more stringent hierarchy, particularly given the high threat status of many of Otago's freshwater species, which is noted in the evidence of Dr. Gunn on behalf of the Director General of Conservation. There is nothing preventing a local authority from adopting more stringent measures than required by the MPSFM. I acknowledge further supplementary evidence which, insofar as it is relevant to the freshwater provisions being considered, discusses the implication of the introduction of the MPSIB. I continue to support the recommendations of Ms. Boyd on this matter in the 42A report. Specifically, that it is not appropriate to manage aquatic biodiversity less stringently, particularly in the Otago context. My opinion regarding the practicability of offsetting and compensation principles applying across terrestrial and freshwater environments in paragraphs 24, 25 of my evidence continues to be relevant here. My reading of the MPSIB is that it applies to terrestrial biodiversity, and while there are some allowances for natural inland wetlands, protection is not comprehensive. This is relevant to my evidence for policy LF FWP 9, paragraphs 48 to 49. I respond to the primary evidence of Ms. Hunter in paragraphs 27 to 34 of my evidence regarding objective LFY01 about the outcome specified in this new objective. I respond to amendments to qualifying statements, including appropriate provision rather than as possible for migratory fish, and the use of, to the greatest extent practicable, as a reflection of the required prioritization of these matters. I disagree with Ms. Hunter's analysis that giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai requires balancing of priorities in the MPSFM for objective LFY01. In my opinion, the priorities suggest a systematic approach to relative importance, and if all three are prioritized, none are prioritized. With regard to objective LF-FW09 and the evidence of Ms. McLeod, I discussed the structure of relevant objectives, policies, and methods, and why I do not consider it necessary to include an additional qualifier to this objective. I also note that the MPSFM clause 3.22 requires specifically a policy that provides pathways in certain circumstances, and this does not need to be reflected in this objective. I discussed the suggested removal of "to the extent possible within limits" from Ms. Hunter to policy LF-FWP7A and recommend this is retained, and that explicit reference to limits within this policy minimises potential misinterpretation and ensures effective implementation of the MPSFM, in particular policy 11. In my rebuttal, I respond to the evidence of Ms. Hunter with regard to the use of "to the greatest extent practicable" and "where possible" in policy LF-FWP10 for restoring natural wetlands. On reflection and further considering the primary evidence, particularly of Ms. McIntyre or Tahu, I think that "where possible" may be more appropriate context. The difference between "where possible" and "to the greatest extent practicable" may seem minimal, but it's important. Practicability potentially limits the consideration to costs rather than a more fulsome assessment of all relevant matters. Economic consideration may be appropriate in some contexts. However, given the loss that has occurred in relation to wetlands in the Otago region and the aspirational objective and mana whenua expressions of Te Mana o Te Wai, I consider "where possible" would reflect the local priority and context in order to give effect to the MPSFM. It is acknowledged that this policy is more stringent than the MPSFM, as the directive in policy 6 for restoration is to promote. This is true if either qualifying statement is used. As I discussed in reference to offsetting compensation, there's nothing preventing a local authority from adopting more stringent measures than required by the MPSFM, and given the local context, I consider this appropriate. I also respond to the evidence of Ms. Craw and Ms. McLeod regarding the concern that method LF-FWM7 does not direct district plans to provide flexibility for nationally and regionally significant infrastructure. I acknowledge that Ms. Craw has responded to this part of my evidence in speaking notes for this hearing. I remain concerned that the proposed qualifiers may potentially overlook the protection requirements in section 6C and continue to be of the opinion that a balanced approach does not acknowledge the prioritizations of the MPSFM and Te Mana o Te Wai. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm now happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Burns. We'll start with Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Burns, I'm just trying to make sense of a question I had in your evidence. Just in relation to your paragraph 26. Where you've been talking about the effects management hierarchy. You state, in my opinion, these principles need to be added to relevant policies in order for the use of the ecosystems and Indigenous biodiversity chapter criteria to be appropriate. I'm just wondering, so you're suggesting there that the principles are added to the relevant policies rather than through appendices in the RPS. I was just wondering if you could expand on that a little bit.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. So what I'm referring to there is specifically Principle 10 in Appendix 6 and Principle 12 in Appendix 7 of the MPSFM, which is the tangata whenua or stakeholder participation principle. And my point there, certainly it would be tidier if that was added to the ecosystems biodiversity chapter. Unfortunately, I'm not sure how that fits within this hearing, but certainly.
That's the answer, but
Sorry?
it doesn't really fit as the answer, but yeah.
Yes. Yeah, in the absence of that, it's certainly it should be added to this relevant policy. I think about P9 or any that refer to that effects management hierarchy and the principles of offsetting compensation in order to wholly give effect to the MPSFM.
Yeah. So you're saying add that in as a step in the policy to okay. Thank you for that. Now, look, I found your evidence reasonably clear. Actually, that's all that I had. Thanks.
Commissioner Cuba.
Yes, thanks, Ms. Burns. I asked most of my questions of Ms. Downing, but I just want to return to your paragraph 36, if I could. And it's Te Mana Te Wai issue around that being interpreted by Mana Whenua at place. I probably should have jumped in when you were talking about that, because I'm not quite sure what at place means. And when I look at 3.21 of the MPS, it's not just tangata whenua that determine how the concept applies in the region, it's also other communities. But it's that comment at place. Are you, in the way you've expressed this, is it more about Maori that you're talking about?
Yeah, so I mean, I'm talking about how Te Mana o Te Wai is expressed by the and obviously in the Otago context that is Ngāi Tahu. Certainly in other spaces that certainly in the North Island would be one or more different iwi with various rohi. So yeah, that's all I mean in that sentence, is that workplace in this case is Ngāi Tahu through active involvement with regional council, and there's certainly an engagement role for local communities in there as well, but ultimately the directive for active involvement from Mana Whenua is stronger than that as well.
Yeah, okay, I get that now. I just wondered what that at place meant. So you're saying that's Kaitahu?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah. Yes, and yeah, and it wasn't apparent to me until this issue was raised, actually, that you're right around the wording in terms of how this thing is determined. It's engaged with communities, but then with Mana Whenua, it's active engagement. And I guess that goes back to the Maori issue and how that's addressed. Would that be a fair assessment?
Yes, certainly. Yeah. So my interpretation of active involvement versus engagement is that active involvement would require a higher level of consultation commitment from mana whenua, and certainly not ignoring the tiriti or Waitangi requirements under section 8 of the RMA as well.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And the only other thing I just wanted to traverse really was your concerns around the new objective in the submissions of oceanic gold and possibly contact, I'm not sure, but it's around the fish passage issue and the natural form and function of water bodies. Well, I'm not sure how familiar you are with water bodies in Otago, but it's got two massive dams on it. There's quite a few other modified water bodies in the region. I guess what they're promoting is some recognition of that we're never ever going to get back to natural form and functioning. And the size of those dams means that, well, you really struggle with fish passage. So have you considered it in the context of the factual sort of situation on the ground?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I don't, to be totally honest, have a huge amount of local knowledge around Otago, but certainly, I mean, in any situation, there's going to be physical or logistical constraints associated with trying to achieve natural form and function or fish passage, and that's why I recommend the use of as possible or some level of qualifier to ensure there is that level of, or we can consider the practicability or the possibility of doing this in the context of the technical physical constraints.
Yeah, I guess the concern they have with the word as, or the phrase as possible, is that, well, anything's possible if you've thrown enough money at it. That's where the practicable test comes in, I guess. But you're uncomfortable, I think, with that phrase because it tends to bring more of an economic consideration into it as I read your evidence.
Sorry, could you just repeat that one more time?
As I read your evidence, you're uncomfortable probably with the practicable test because it brings in more of an economic consideration.
Yes, certainly. Yeah, I mean, my understanding of possibility versus practicability is that practicability would then allow for economic consideration. I guess my other concern surrounding that, the evidence of I think Ms. Hunter was around the use of appropriate and what that test is in terms of how do we face that, what level is appropriate. So I mean, I guess I also defer to what the policy directive is in the MPSFM. Certainly, policy 9 is strong, and that includes the ability for the habitat, includes the ability for those fish to move up and down. So I'm taking that directive as well. That's something that should be prioritised.
Okay, well, thank you very much for that.
One of the challenges for mana whenua anywhere, not just here, is being able to connect with the various interest groups around the place. And in particular, in the Otago instance, I mean, one of the things that kind of stood out for me in this current exercise, both in the freshwater and the non-freshwater, is having resources like Okaha and Taumarama as a conduit for the interaction or interplay or that sort of stuff between Ngaitahu themselves. I mean, for all iwi, I mean, it's challenging to be able to cover all bases, really, and Kaitahu especially. My question, I suppose, my interest is whether or not Forest and Bird sees the need to have that extra conduit there in place, or do they operate in a different way, and how effective and what is the nature of that interaction with mana whenua?
I think I would defer to Ms. Downing in that case. I can't speak for Forest and Bird specifically.
Is it appropriate? We've actually got our Otago South and Conservation Manager. I don't want to throw you in it. If you don't have an answer, don't say anything. But
Come up front.
if you have, you don't have to say anything. I think it's. Do you have any comment on it? It's for Forest and Bird. We're in our infancy in terms of maybe that's too harsh on Forest and Bird, but we're still navigating that space.
Yeah, it's just the interaction with kaitahu and how Forest Bird does it. I mean, I've heard how others, the extent to which they rely on, like, well, I use the word conduits like Okaha and Te Ao Marama, but that's a fairly recent innovation, and that's just happened recently. But if you go back 10, 15 years, arguably there was no ready access for most people, even for kaitahu, to deal with organisations like Forest and Bird.
Yeah, well, kia ora, ko Chelsea Magora ho. I guess my position in Otago Southland is that we're kind of in the building relationship phase. So I do have relationships with Ms. McIntyre, for example, from Okaha, and with Te Ao Marama as well. And yeah, I mean, I guess my comment would be that I think it is quite good to have that conduit in place, and it means that, some of the stuff is quite hard to interpret, even for myself, and it kind of, they help to interpret some of these things to mana whenua, and kind of, because it's so westernized. And yeah, so I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think they are really good to have that conduit. It obviously gives mana whenua a lot more resource to help them out, and it's kind of a intermediary for us as an organisation to be able to go to and then know where to funnel our concerns or whatever challenges we have, or know who to talk to. Yeah.
It's one of the conversation pieces throughout this whole hearing has been around consultation as opposed to engagement. Quite different things. I mean, you could consult with people just talking about engaging really requires hands-on, sort of kanohi ki te kanohi, or even hongi type interaction, and it does, I think, sometimes reflect itself in the way in which these sort of issues that we're talking about are actually characterized. It's one thing to be talking about it at a hands-off level, but when you're actually dealing with people day to day, as to coin the phrase kanohi ki te kanohi, you can end up with a quite different flavor, a different picture, and I guess that's kind of what I've been looking throughout this exercise. That what I hear you saying is that you're still going through a sort of learning phase, or
yeah, because we didn't have those. Well, I personally don't have those kind of on the ground relationships with tangata whenua here. I mean, I know a couple of people, but and I think it's important to build those relationships outside of kind of a professional capacity, and not come to those people when you just have a problem or you want to discuss some piece of legislation or whatever. It's really important to build those relationships at the forefront, and then that's when, even if you do disagree with things, you can have that relationship to fall back on and have some kind of understanding of where each other are coming from.
And if I'm reading you correctly, I get the sense that you're encouraged by it, and then you sort of, there's some positive, distant or maybe closer sort of potential, or whatever the word is. I'm not quite sure what the word is, but it is positive, and it's the kind of thing that Forest and Bird and other organisations, I suppose, look forward to or anticipating encouraging even more?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, and I mean it's so hard for tangata whenua with all the kind of constraints they've got on resource, and there's all these different new things coming out all the time that they now have to consult on, or whatever the term is. So yeah, and we understand that, and that us as an organisation, we don't have like a statutory obligation to be consulting with mana whenua, but we see it as, you know, the right thing to do, and we want to have those relationships. And yeah, I hope it is going to be a positive thing going forward. Yeah.
We totally appreciate a conduit that what as you've described, especially in the North Island.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Thanks.
Ms. Burns, I just wanted to come back to the point that Alan Cuban was discussing with you about clause 3.2, because the wording of that doesn't appear to accord with your statement that Te Manaroa o Wai is to be interpreted by mana whenua at place, in that it starts off, every regional council must engage with communities and tangata whenua to determine how Te Manaroa o Wai applies to water bodies and freshwater ecosystems in the region. It then goes on to address with more specific reference to the later provisions, the active involvement of tangata whenua, but then engagement again with communities and tangata whenua to identify the long-term visions, and refers to those other specific matters in a management sense. But when you go back to 3.21, how can we read that every regional council must engage with communities and tangata whenua to determine how Te Manaroa o Wai applies to mean what you say? Te Manaroa o Wai is to be interpreted by mana whenua at place.
Certainly. So 3.2 is relevant, but 3.4 as well, the NPM does talk about this as well, which is specifically with regard to tangata whenua involvement, and that's 3.41a is for every local authority must actively involve tangata whenua, including identifying the local approach to giving effect to Te Mana o Te Wai. So there's that directive as well.
All right. The other matters that I noted have been addressed, and although I would, I just, again, Commissioner Cubitt's discussed it with you, that the Clutha scheme is so massive that it actually warranted the NPSFM funds place. So it's 333, I think, or 331. Yeah, 331. Did you look at that and take that into account, the identification of those big schemes, Waikato, Tongariro, the Waitaki, the Manapori, the Clutha schemes, and the quite unusual provision that they are so recognised by the NPSFM that the Regional Council is enabled to even set target attribute states that are below national bottom lines for those attributes?
I'll be honest, something I've considered in great detail, and I a lot of my evidence, as you'll read, it is just related back to that policy context. But no, I'll admit that that's not something I've considered in a lot of detail.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Burns, and thank you for the very clear way that your evidence was set out. Actually explained to me some of the positions of other planners that I hadn't quite picked up on, so it was very helpful. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Downing. That concludes matters for Forest and Bird.
Thank you very much.
We'll move on to Wise response. Mr. McTavish. Mr. McTavish. Mr. McTavish. Sorry. Mr. McTavish, can I just grab your attention for a moment? We're just gonna have a quick break for 10 minutes, which will ease you.
This is scared you, isn't it? Do come back.
quite a level of repetition of witnesses' statements, which we've actually read. So as you go through it, I'm going to need you to summarise that, your summary, very, very much, rather than reading line by line, because we do have a time commitment today in terms of getting away. So we've got, essentially, we have to finish the wise response presentation by 2:45. So I'm going to be keeping a pretty close eye on time. And if you can assist in terms of your presentation, your submissions in that way, that would be helpful. So where you've quoted evidence, we don't need that read because we've read it. Where you've quoted provisions, we don't ordinarily, unless there's something unusual, we will have read it already. So as much summary as you can.
Right, no, thank you very much for kia ora, commissioners. Just one clarification thing at the start is that the order in which we wish to appear isn't quite what's on the schedule. We want to have Dr. Challenger first.
Can I come in there and just say you run the order?
Oh, okay, right. Will depend a bit on availability of people, how it happens anyway.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
The other thing is this is, as you say, it's quite long. So if I conk out, Helen has said she might step in if that's legally all right, even though she's a witness, she would just be talking for us, if you know what I mean. Yeah. So
Is there a possibility of that? Should we have a little rater or something on here?
I don't know. I mean, we could sort of team, what is it, team tag it or something. Yeah. Okay. Well, the first three paragraphs there, I think you know who we are, and you know what the situation is. So I'll just start at paragraph 4 there, just to remind you what RISE Response's main underlying driver is. As demand for growth exceeds the Earth's physical limits, causing unprecedented risks, what knowledge and changes do we need to secure New Zealand's future well-being? A biophysical limits perspective fundamentally alters the way natural and physical resources should be managed. The submission made by WISE Response to this RPS FPI sought to faithfully reflect that concept across the specific submission points. These opening submissions are in 4 parts. First, they provide an overall view of your authority in light of our environmental and biodiversity crisis. Second, having regard to our view, they then provide a brief review of our evidence to try and build a cohesive view of our existential predicament, our local unsustainable practices, and where the opportunities lie to make things better. Third, it briefly reviews some of the statutory considerations relevant to the panel's authority to implement certain policy. And D, fourth, they include an appendix table, that's the large A3 document you've got, that sets out the submission points we made, the S42A response, and an update of our position views on each submission point. Our overall view, WISE Response states for the record that the results so far of this regional planning exercise appear to be akin to fiddling while Rome burdens. We have to do better, much, much better. From the point of view of climate change alone, the New Zealand Parliament declared a climate emergency on 2nd December 2020, which included recognition of both the devastating impact that volatile and extreme weather will have on New Zealand and the well-being of New Zealanders, on our primary industries, water availability, and public health through flooding, sea level rise, and wildfire damage. Parliament's emergency declaration stated that climate change is one of the greatest challenges of our time. And I think I heard this morning that we're on record for the highest temperature this year in 128,000 years or something. Included in the declaration was a commitment to implement the policies required to meet the targets of the Climate Change Response Amendment Act and to increase support for striving towards 100% renewable electricity generation for low carbon energy and transport systems. Climate change, however, is only one symptom of an economy functioning beyond the capacity of the natural environment to provide sufficient energy, resources, and contaminant absorptive capacity. Responding to any one sector, such as freshwater, requires addressing all sectors. Equally, improving outcomes in one sector can contribute to improving outcomes in all sectors. This must be reflected in an RPS. In our view, while the legal framework within which the ORPS and SPI must be complied with, the process currently appears unfit for purpose, which we are when we are in an environmental crisis. The ORC has the authority to interpret and work within that legal framework to get the very best outcomes it can in light of this crisis. We strongly urge them to do that. Now, we just briefly pull out the salient points as quickly as we can and what we've taken from the evidence. Dr. Salinger states, while CO2 is the dominant greenhouse gas, keeping global warming less than 1.5 degrees, clearly requires control of all greenhouse gases, and especially methane. To limit the global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, global net CO2 emissions need to halve by 2030 and be zero by 2050. These statements indicate that the magnitude of the challenge is already huge and urgent, but achieving those targets is not the end of it, as maintaining a limit of 1.5 degree increase requires that we extract greenhouse gas as well with yet to be developed technology. And Dr. Hellinger makes a statement supporting that. Wise response understands from this that simply to maintain a safe climate, we are already gambling not only that such technology for the greenhouse gas extraction can be developed, but also that it can extract at a rate equivalent to half our current emissions rate. The fact that we need to rely on the development of such technology means that we have already overshot the emissions limit. Given the fatal consequences of failing to meet national and international emissions reduction goals, if meeting the freshwater requirements can be used to assist that process, the evidence is that it should be implemented forthwith. Dr. Salinger draws attention to the opportunity to quickly mitigate the radiative forcings with a reduction in methane. The largest source of methane in New Zealand is, of course, biogenic from ruminant animals. Have the quote there supporting that. Considering these factors together, the only responsible conclusion is that our current state of affairs regarding climate change is dire. If we are going to have a chance of maintaining a safe climate, all opportunities to mitigate causes and adapt to those effects that are already happening must be pursued with the utmost rigor and urgency. Further, even if emissions reduction rates are achieved, the context for this RPS and ORPS is already one of an uncertain and increasingly demanding operating environment for decades to come. This will impact all farm and related businesses with more frequent and destructive effects. Thus, without a huge shift in what is currently driving climate change, the globe will continue to heat, resulting eventually in catastrophic consequences for all life, including that in fresh water. Analysing the implications of Dr. Salinger's evidence, a more difficult and threatening climate and the associated risk to the economy urgently requires one, shifting to farming enterprise and lower stocking rate that have a smaller emissions footprint and which comply with the national net zero by 2050 and international Paris Agreement emissions reduction targets. Two, ensuring a reduction in biogenic methane as a pathway to reduce warming potential most expeditiously. 3, enhancing resilience to extreme events affecting freshwater, overland flow, flooding, erosion. Building the water storage capacity in soil and whole of catchment to enhance drought resistance and deliver a more even catchment runoff. Building the natural fertility in the landscape to reduce the need for chemical fertilizer and associated emissions. Mr. Nathan Surendra's evidence, addressing energy and resource supply and trends. Mr. Surendran first draws attention to the direct dependence of our economy on fossil fuel and particularly diesel, stating nothing that we count as GP activity supporting material standards of living and the well-being that provides happens without these energy inputs. He then connects the energy dependence directly to GDP, stating, taking a physical reality approach, which understands that energy and material throughput is GDP. A 10% drop in liquid fuel supply is close to 10% drop in economic output because diesel, to a large extent, is the industrial economy. He then considers supply, which includes a graph showing that today approximately 15% of energy output of oil liquids is required for its own production, but that by 2050, the proportion will have risen to approximately 50%. Mr. Surendran says the effect of this declining trend on economy activity will be as follows.
We've read that.
Yeah. And because of the close relationship between fossil fuel energy and emissions, the decline is precisely what is required. This decline is precisely what is required to retain a livable climate. Conversely and conveniently, the close relationship between them and GDP also means that the rate of consumption and unsustainable growth can be constrained by squeezing emissions at the required rate. That word squeezing, and I can't help thinking of middle as well. However, the urgency of the situation from a climate perspective is such that this inevitable transition may not occur in time to prevent irreversible changes to the climate and its effects. That is why the net zero emissions goal by 2050 is so important for New Zealand and why the Paris Agreement is so important internationally. In Mr. Surendran's assessment, renewables will not be able to replace fossil energy, and decoupling energy and growth is not possible. With the quote here you've seen. I think it's important to reflect on that 5 to 25 years in this quote. Is the time period that he's thinking these changes may impact. Hence, from Mr. Surendran's point of view, the broad context for this RPS and ORPS is unavoidably one of declining cheap energy to do work and accordingly a contracting economy. Summarising the implication of Mr. Surendran's evidence, a steady decline in capacity to do work should and associated risk for the economy implies 1, achieving all freshwater goals, including over allocation as soon as possible while we have the technical and resource capacity to do so, ensuring the integrity of land and water, freshwater related ecosystem services. 3, shifting land management systems to be less dependent on external outputs, most notably energy, to minimise the risk of disrupting freshwater protection. Accordingly, key provisions we have recommended to address both Mr. Surendran's and Mr. Stallinger's evidence include the following, and I don't need to read those. I don't think those are in our, all those changes are in our original submission, and they're in fact in the table that I've given you, the big table. But if you just note that we are trying to say we have sought to reflect in the plan what the evidence is saying in the plan through those provisions. Dr. Helen Beatty's evidence. Would you like to read the evidence?
You go.
In responding to a brief regarding the impact of current animal farming practices and mitigation options on freshwater, Dr. Helen Beatty's evidence explained that many current practices, particularly the intensive ones, have direct and indirect adverse impact on freshwater, and that land use system change is needed if our agricultural systems are to be sustainable. She talked about the intensification here, and the need to move off them where the carrying capacity of the land is exceeded. There's her opinion too that many current animal husbandry practices associated with intensive farming actually contravene the Animal Welfare Act, as well as not meeting industrial expectations for good practice, in addition to improving the welfare of the intensively farmed animals themselves, reducing stocking rates and total numbers has a synergistic effect by both reducing the adverse impact on freshwater quality as well as reducing the gross radiative forcing on the climate. There's another quote there. Capability. This view is of the effects of agricultural intensification, is echoed in the Canterbury District Health Board Public Health Report, from increased greenhouse gas emissions, loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services, and weaker rural communities. Nutrient pollution, fecal coliforms, and veterinary drugs detected in community water supplies have also been linked to farming. Zoonotic diseases such as Campylobacterius and Cryptosporidium and E. coli are frequently of animal origin and are usually transmitted through drinking water and are higher with more intensive animal farming. Where soils are leaky, there is an increased risk of contamination of ground and surface waters. In summary, for environmental, animal health, animal welfare, and public health reasons related to freshwater, Dr. Beatty's evidence recommends one, shifting to other less intensive farming systems, reducing the stocking rate under intensive farming, reducing the use of medications and chemicals with adverse impacts. Dr. Mike Joy's evidence. Dr. Joy's opinion, the stocking rates and fertilizer rates currently permitted are significantly above what the land can safely assimilate. Regarding stocking rates, he says, he talks there about the fact that we have nearly 3 times the stocking rate that used in Europe. The European Union has a 1 equivalent stocking rate for our 3. Regarding the application of nitrogen fertilizer, he observes massive increases over the last decade. Dr. Joy notes that intensification causes increased nutrients in fresh waters, leading to eutrophication, which is excess algal growth, driving altered diurnal dissolved oxygen levels, lethal to stream life, and can also adversely affect Paengakai and public health issues. He states that the oxygen levels in eutrophic water due to excess nutrient become unstable and if unchecked will no longer support most aquatic life. And because the bottom line water quality limit adopted in the National Policy Statement Freshwater Management is higher than scientists recommend, both in New Zealand and the EU, this implies, sorry, there's a typo there, this implies more widespread eutrophication can be expected unless other mitigation steps are taken. Joy's evidence goes on to address similar water quality issues with groundwater, including pesticide residues, emerging organic contaminants and agrochemicals, aggravated by over-abstraction in some locations. Other factors contributing to a deterioration in the quality and quantity of surface water, including its natural character and life supporting capacity, including irrigation abstractions, dam diversions, catchments, transfers, sediment, and sediment suspension, and aquatic and riparian habitat loss, loss of freshwater invertebrates, the destruction of 90% of wetlands and other ecosystem services. Cumulative effects include that on our 54 native freshwater fish species, including the culturally significant longfin tuna eel, lamprey, freshwater mussels, over 76% are threatened, up from 20% 30 years ago. And disease risk to mahangakai collection and consumption, as well as nitrate and biotoxins, and the risk of general bioaccumulation in fish species. I think this line here is very important. I've highlighted if the decline continues at the current rate, by 2050, there will be none left. One of the reasons for this lamentable state of affairs has been failure to take cumulative effects into account when granting individual consents. More recently, farm management plans have been adopted as a formal self-regulation tool to reduce adverse effects of farming practice on freshwater. However, a recent lessons learned report on the Ashburton Lakes has identified multiple issues in this approach. Has this been drawn to your attention?
It has been, and yes, we've been through that. Thanks.
The full suite of freshwater issues Dr. Joy has highlighted a widely degraded state and the deteriorating trends centered on areas of intensive agriculture demonstrate unequivocally that current intensive land management practices need to change. In addressing the importance of the Mana-Ati-Wai and Iuta Itai, Dr. Joy draws attention to what he considers goes to the crux of what is required from freshwater policies. And if you don't mind, I'll read this. Iuta Itai is crucial to Te Mana-Ati-Wai. It requires integrated management, integrating all the multitude of connected activities on the whenua. The only way real change for the better, or at minimum halting the decline in freshwaters, is through unconditionally changing what we do on the land. The biggest driver by far in the region is currently in agricultural intensification. Thus, the only way change can occur is through reducing land use intensification. While it may not be the immediate priority to any business, failure to achieve sustainability goals will have devastating consequences for businesses and society at large. Indeed, our society considers this to be the single most important challenge confronting the panel. The society notes that the shift in international business discourse toward recognize the economic and financial risk of biodiversity loss. This will mean separating out those submissions that are clearly seeking to retain practices responsible for a degraded state for short-term reasons and which, if not checked, will prevent its stabilization and repair. So unless this RPS ORPS at least requires a clear path to be set away from the current deteriorating trajectory Drs. Beattie and Joy so clearly articulated, then it will be just another in a line of policy failures that we can no longer afford. Such an outcome would be contrary to the requirement under the Act, the RPS, and Te Mana Atiwai hierarchy to first and foremost achieve sustainable management. In summary, because of the unsustainable impacts on the quality of fresh water and aquatic life, Dr. Joy's evidence requires shifting to other less intensive and lower emissions farming systems with less or better management irrigation, reducing the stocking rate under intensive farming, reducing the use of fertilizers and other agrochemical methods. Methods other than farm management plans must be employed if good environmental outcomes are to be achieved. Again, listed some key provisions where we have tried to express those. You'll notice that Dr. Joy's and Dr. Beattie's evidence reached much the same conclusions. Dr. Stephen Knight's Lethian's evidence. Dr. Stephen Knight Lenian's evidence supports that of Dr. Beattie's and Joy. In addition, brings in an international perspective. Given the state of the environment, biodiversity, and in accordance with the principle of Kietu Kitai, we have requested that ecological gain restoration must now be required across all ecosystems. This is supported by Dr. Knight's evidence across all habitats. What this may mean in practice is that while focusing on significant habitat or species for protection and restoration, attention must also be given to areas considered less significant, as they will often have been subject to cumulative losses over time. Restoring ecological function requires including these areas in a restoration plan. Dr. Knight, Lenihan backs this up with the notion that no net loss is no longer adequate. He says there are well-established methods to monitor improvements in ecosystems. Although the UK Environment Act does not establish methods, it assumes those methods are available. Such goals and targets need to take into account the extent to which biophysical capacity has been exceeded and the accumulated historical impacts. As this is an emerging practice, there are some aspects that need further work. List them there. However, these challenges have not prevented, for example, the UK introducing legislation providing for biodiversity gain and the 2022 Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, GBF, identifying goals and targets to not only halt biodiversity decline, but to reverse it. New Zealand, along with other signatories to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, has adopted the GBF. We think that's significant. Wise Response admits that setting an obligation for net gain is a precondition to the innovation and development still required to be able to monitor and enforce it. So just because it doesn't exist, we don't think policy shouldn't be put in place. Moreover, the mitigation hierarchy in the Resource Management Act is expressed as avoid, remedy, and mitigate. And while its application may result in overall benefits, it is not an explicit requirement. Reduce the rate of decline is his point, not decline per se. To summarise the key implications of Dr. Knight Lenihan's evidence: 1, all habitats need to achieve net improvement in ecological health and integrity environmental goals need to consider the extent to which limits have been exceeded. There are some aspects of the application of the net gain principle which need further work. Some other states have started to adopt the principles of policy. Again, this places where we have tried to inject those recommendations. Dr. Craig Anderson contributed to our oral submission on land and freshwater sections in the non-FPI part. His contribution was inserted verbatim in sections 8 to 14 in that document under the heading Scope for More Water and Climate Smart Management of Soils. The Society asked him to provide an expanded statement on the same point of this hearing, but he was unable to do so due to limited time before the submission deadline. While the split RPS process means Dr. Anderson's opinion is not registered as evidence, we wish to briefly draw the panel's attention to its relevance to the FPI, so it can be taken into account when the FPI and the non-FPI are integrated. Both Dr. Bennett and Joy have indicated that land use management and freshwater conditions are directly linked. Options identified to prevent or reverse a degraded state are a change of land use, reduced stocking rates, reduced inputs with damaging environmental side effects. This raises the question as to whether such change can be made while retaining economic viability. Also, to what extent such changes might deliver aggregated benefits to freshwater catchments. Regarding the synthetic nitrogen fertilizer as an input, Dr. Anderson gave some indication here of the its capacity to improve the whole situation. Regarding lower stocking rates and economic viability, Dr. Anderson stated, and there's some information here, does not necessarily, the intensification does not equate to a loss of economic viability, especially if marginal return models are used. The intensification delivers immediate gains with respect to climate targets, etc. There are increased numbers of local New Zealand examples where changes in management practices are working. It's about improved soil structure, water flow, storage, gas exchange that allows high density, diversity of function to be delivered by soil microbiome without fertilizer. Regarding aggregated benefits to freshwater systems, he talks there about catchment scale impact. Technology and capability to achieve this is available in New Zealand, best examples being in Taupo and Waikato. Our policy recommendations to reduce synthetic nitrogen fertilizer will not only reduce freshwater pollution, but also lead to enhanced community and catchment resilience through, quote, increases in soil organic matter, improved soil structure, water flow and storage. It follows that where such on-site improvements to soil hydrology are undertaken in sufficient scale, the net effect would be greater rainfall efficiency and more attenuated release of water across catchments, improving the persistence of river flows between rainfall events and augmenting surface and groundwater health. Key provisions recommended for the FPI by our society intended to give effect to Dr. Anderson's opinion are as follows. This there, we've tried to put it to the policies. Particularly the last one, promoting land management activities that enhance soil retention and water infiltration, including building and preserving soil structure and avoiding compaction, and that's in the soil erosion division. Dr. Hamish read his evidence, and it's reasonably brief. The key points in his evidence may be summarised as wise response, sought clear statements that would be action forcing rather than negotiated compromises that, as Dr. Joy points out, have not been effective elsewhere. The proposed targets provided by WISE response provide a clear and measurable approach, with improvement being a minimum supporting provision. From a planning perspective, clear targets suggested by WISE response are desirable. Provisions suggested by WISE response would provide clear policy direction to plan makers that carbon sequestration and associated responses to addressing greenhouse gases are to be promoted through their plans. This would be useful guidance for decision making. As evidence suggests, our call for more directive wording throughout the plan, it supports our call. Our concerns in that respect were borne out in the lessons learned. And as indicated already, climate change provisions are essential to contain the growing stress on freshwater bodies. Evidence considered together. The evidence is consistent with the ORC's own state of environment assessments, and that should be of current land use practices and their cumulative impact on freshwater. The totality of the evidence requires an urgent paradigm shift in behaviour and resource management if we are to dodge an environmental crisis. This can be achieved provided it does comply with the NPS FM requirement for long-term visions to be informed by environmental pressures. I think that's important. Likewise, setting limits must have regard to foreseeable impacts of climate change. Regarding urgency, we note that every local authority must give effect to the NPS as soon as reasonably practicable, which supports our call for achieving water quality goals sooner. WISE response realises this relates to planning timetables, but urgency of the situation requires practicable to mean immediately. Using the national target of net zero emissions by 2050 is the key condition for gauging what policies and activities are necessary, realistic, a priority, and sustainable in the medium and longer term, is the best lever we have to release us from the growth imperative. Meeting the 2050 goal is patently, this is important too, the only way the various social and cultural AERs and NPS provisions can possibly be achieved. We don't stabilise the climate, we're wasting our time essentially. Ominously, the only reference to net zero in the ORPS is in IM5, other message, and is merely encouraged. The link between enhancing and restoring freshwater and terrestrial ecosystems and meeting climate mitigation and adaptation targets and longer-term goals needs to be clear in the RPS. The key WISE response issues of the implications of declining net energy and the concept of steady restorative ecological gain for all water quality and by association land is to address degraded systems, not just those deemed significant, i.e. adopt the improved path option in policy 5 for the National Policy Statement. So the combined message from this evidence is that our freshwater is under stress and in a sorry state, that under climate and emergency constraints, that stress is likely to intensify, and that essentially the way we are treating soil is the problem, but can also be the solution. The primary options addressed this include the following, and it's repeating the same information that's come through the evidence. Reduce the inputs, reduce stocking rates, and reduce current impacts with improved good management. Good management has been tried, but is so far proven inadequate for the scale and intensity of the contamination, and shifting land use enterprises to safer sites is likely to be widely unrealistic. Reducing stocking rates and or exogenous nutrient inputs is where the focus needs to go. Accordingly, nitrogenous fertilizer should be managed as a contaminant, which, where it has exceeded a safe limit, is subject to proportionate input control. Cutting synthetic fertilizer use will drive transformation in farming practice that brings multiple benefits, including more climate-adapted land use systems, improved water retention and carbon sequestration, and reduced exposure to energy and economic shock. Accordingly, Wise Response recommends that a sinking cap to nil synthetic nitrogen fertilizer is employed as the primary policy lever for the necessary change. The common assumption that this will automatically result in significant financial cost to individual landowners is not borne out by many farmers who have successfully taken the step. So establishing such a mechanism in this RPS ought to extend and quicken that process is where the real opportunity lies for response proportionate to the enormity of the challenge. Any enhancement in soil hydraulic properties achieved through this transition will enhance the flow regime and thus directly help address freshwater quality issues. Moreover, adoption of this approach at the farm level opens the way to making the whole of catchment approach possible for more resilient and more effective climate change adaptation and mitigation. The huge scope for transforming resource use and environmental effects of the straightforward policy change means it is the single most important submission point to Wise Response. Such policy would satisfy the primary objective of, I'll give some policies there. Other statutory and policy considerations regarding our proposal for new policy to restrict synthetic nitrogen use. Provisions exist to enable such a provision when its use must not exceed safe limits. Again, I don't think you'll want me to read all that, will you? Basically, those are the definitions of limited, what limit means. The limited resource use means the maximum amount of resource use that is permissible while still achieving a relevant target attribute state or a nutrient outcome. 3 attributes requiring limits on resource consent use include nitrogen, total nitrogen, ammonia, and nitrate. Limits on resource use may apply to any activity or land use, apply at any scale, be expressed as any of the following: a land use control, such as the control on the extent of an activity, on an input control, such as the amount of fertilizer that may be applied, and describe the circumstances in which the limits applies. So we think the ingredients are there. Interpretation of over-allocation in relation to both the quantity and quality of fresh water. It means a situation where a resource use exceeds a limit. If limits have not been set, an FMU or part of an FMU is degraded or degraded. Over-allocations can apply. And in the proposed regional policy statement, there's this proposed policy which states that environmental outcomes and limits ensure that existing over allocation is phased out. We're essentially saying that we think fertiliser at the moment is over allocated. And then I won't read these, but regarding the authority of the panel has made such a policy recommendation, we note the following regulations. I'm sure you've talked about these. They can be more stringent. And in the National Environmental Standard for Freshwater, relationship between regulations, district rule, regional rule, resource consent may be more stringent as well. The last couple of paragraphs at the moment, the philosophy of setting standards and then letting the users determine how they get there, used for the development of the likes of Plan Change 6A water quality and the operative RPS has been recognised as a failure. The expectation is therefore that this new RPS will set a more directive framework. This is supported by objectives and provisions in the National Policy Statement, Freshwater Management and the NES, giving priority to the health and waterways and ecosystems under Te Mana Pātiwai. Should, however, the panel conclude that the RPS is not the place to set the necessary limit and or pathway to a safe limit for synthetic nitrogen fertiliser, then it must ensure it will be specified as rules in the Land and Water Plan. The principle of the RPS requiring a pathway to re-establish a sustainable condition applies just as much to the likes of recovery from wetland loss and over-allocation of fresh water. The method is also synonymous with the emissions reduction strategy for zero net carbon. I'd just like to refer you to the tables. So two parts to this. The first table is just the broad concepts that we put in the front part of our original submission. So what we've done is just take the original submission and put it in this format. And in the first table there you can see there's the original submission is on the right. On the left, sorry, the ORC S42 response is in the middle. That first one on page 1, for instance, applied to all 3 of those submission points we put in. And then we've made a comment in the right-hand column. On page 2, at the start of the second table, it's a little bit more detailed, but it's basically a submission across to decision requested, the ORC response, and then our response now, and the evidence that we feel relates to that point is in the right-hand column. This list of the people that we think the evidence addressed. The other thing is there, see on the second page there, I put it in just to make it clear. We actually had them highlighted, but I last night just put in key policy where we had them highlighted. So that's helpful for you. Those are the ones that we identified as key in the left-hand column. So the second from right-hand column is the one there in the main, which has the changes that we recommend. And I would draw attention to, just very quickly, those key policies. The one, the LF FMO1A, which is the new policy to replace 08. You can see we've added quite a few provisions there that we think are really important. I think that was a good change in the structure of the document and gives the opportunity to put some really good, strong, overarching concepts for the policy as a whole. And yeah, You can see the highlighted pieces of information we put in. We're sticking pretty much to the feeling as a result of all that evidence that we think that the timeframes should be as tight as possible. The 10% reduction that we put in the original submission per year was simply that we were recommending that things would be done by 2035. And so 10% for 10 years gives you that outcome. So that was the argument. But we feel very strongly that history supports the notion that if timelines are too long, they just don't mean anything. 2050 seems yonks away to most people, yet it's only 25 years now. And, yeah. But we are compromising a bit there and suggesting that provided there are milestones put in, then you could perhaps justify a slightly longer timeframe. We suggested 2040, perhaps rather than 2035. But you would need to have intermediate steps there and link those to the requirement to meet the climate change goals as far as possible. Sorry, these pages aren't numbered, are they? So you just have to look at the policies themselves. A key policy is the natural wetlands one. Again, we're trying to reflect that steady state. Another one is the freshwater one, of course. So, but mainly important that's highlighted to look at. I think that's probably about it, really.
Thank you very much, Coach. And you've done an excellent job of getting through that time that you've done. And thank you for the big schedule, because when it comes to report writing, it's very helpful. It's great. Yeah. Thank you very much.
I have a closing remark, but I thought I'd give that at the end for the society after the
experts. Look, there may be questions from the panel, but there may not be. To you direct, don't take that as any reflection. It will simply be because you pull together all of the witnesses, and possibly questions will go to any particular witnesses. But I'll just check. No questions. No. Alan?
I'd be much happier if you direct all your questions.
Any questions?
Well, just one really. Pretty high level, it's right at the start in your paragraph 4, you talk about we need to secure New Zealand's future well-being. And in the context of the issue you're concerned with, or we're all concerned with, it's a global issue, climate change.
Yeah.
If we forget the per capita thing, like New Zealand's impact on emissions globally is quite small. Forget about the per capita thing, but just the overall package. And all part of that climate change issue is also going to be an impact on, because a lot of your evidence is directed at farming, intensification farming, that sort of stuff. I'm trying to get my head around that with the issue with global warming. There's going to be a massive impact on food production systems everywhere in the world. It's happening now, and there's also geopolitical issues happening in that space that's impacting on a lot of countries' ability to produce food. My understanding has always been that we are, as an agriculture producer, reasonably, we're not that intensive, and we don't produce the amount of global emissions per calorie produced or whatever it is that a lot of other countries do. So I'm just wondering, would we just be transferring the problem somewhere else? Because if we're reducing the output, someone's going to have to step in and produce food, because 80% of countries don't produce enough food for themselves. Australia and New Zealand's probably in a location where that's quite relevant, because the Asian sort of rim doesn't produce enough food. We are excess. That's our role, I guess, in the world. How do we address that problem? Because it's not going to go away.
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. We've got
Yeah.
to reduce the emissions associated and the effects of that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I do think, despite what my standards to say, and it is happening now, food production levels, productivity is dropping in terms of how much food is produced because of these measures. Where do we go? And this is probably an unfair question because it is very broad, but it's where you're getting to, and I'm like trying to think of how the whole world fits together. Someone else is just going to step in, and I think we're reasonably responsible in this country compared to others, and they'll just go in and do whatever. And you've referred to various things in Europe and standards, but a whole different kilo of fish. They tend to use indoor farming systems, and like Dr. Beattie talks about the welfare issues and the transmission of disease, and all those things raise concerns around once you start pushing farming indoors, I guess. So it is a very broad question, but it's sort of the overarching question of all together.
Yeah. Well, I guess the the request is coming down from the UN. The red light is flashing, and basically he's saying everyone's got to get to work and make change. And in some ways, New Zealand is the very fact that it is small and is in a position to change, And in fact, this forum, Otago, has the possibility of making some changes that are an example. And when you think of Nathan Surendran's evidence that, we're going to be operating on 20% of the energy, the sooner we start adjusting to that and to the climate transition, the better for us, the better for our welfare, the more secure we are. And at the end of the day, we're all individuals, or we're small countries, or we're businesses, a business, or we're a farm, or we're, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's, someone has to start. And I would argue, my personal statement on this thing is that if we got ahead of the game, 10, 15 years, it's maybe not too late, but certainly in agriculture, we could be marketing the transition. The Danes and so forth have got their windmills, wind turbines, and they're kind of in that space. We could be that in agriculture. We could be driving, and maybe these things they're trying to develop to reduce nitrogen and so forth are in that sort of area.
Yeah.
So it comes down to almost an ethical question, doesn't it? If you're worried enough, are you just going to stand back and, say, we'll wait for the big boys to do it? Or are you going to actually put your little flag up and say, right, we're going to lead here? You're going to make the moral.
I understand totally what you're saying. I'm just unsure how it works, because agriculture, domestication of animals and plants was what created civilization and everything that followed from. It's an efficient food production system where we don't work to grow our own food. There's a reason we're sitting here today and can do these things. And fertilizer inputs was a huge part of that, being able to actually feed the world efficiently. So I guess I'm still stuck in, how do we change this without using fossil fuels? Because they pretty much, like water, underpin everything we do almost, as your energy experts said. I guess I'm not sure if it's a question or just me struggling to work out how we get there. I understand your point.
Well, look. If you accept the evidence, and Dr. Beattie, I think, will add something in a minute. But if you accept the evidence that more biological based farming you can be viable if you learn how to do it properly, you know, and you've got all these terrible effects of contaminant from nitrogen. You know, globally, we're way over with nitrogen. So you know you're in an environment where it's too high already. Why don't we just get rid of it? You know, what is there to lose? We're better prepared on every front if we get into living within the system and not relying on the stuff coming in from overseas. I mean, there's a great resistance and there's a great fear. I mean, I suspect the fertilizer companies and so forth are pushing the fear in farmers that if they don't use their product, they're going to go broke. But it's not true. And I mean, Mike Joy and Dr. P are better, I should say, I don't know, you say something.
I do think there is a change in us.
Yeah.
Sort of appearing.
Yeah.
It's whether in reality that production level has been similar for those types of farming systems. As I understand it, the first few years okay, but then it sort of drops off. But I'm not an expert in that, so wouldn't know. But
yeah.
Anyway, thank you for that.
Yeah.
Dr. B, you want to add?
Excuse me, tēnā koutou katoa ko Helen Beattie tōku ingoa. Just a few comments on that. One is in some supplementary papers that have been provided, there's a paper that's entitled Farm Nutrient Advisory Limited. And I brought this along because I thought this very question might come up. What that demonstrates is actually de-intensification, including through a massive reduction in nitrogen use, doesn't need to result in reduced production or profit. So I think there's a piece here that we're not understanding around the narrative, or the way the narrative has been given to us, that the current intensified industrial system is the only one that can be profitable and, you know, is going to save our bacon. That's just not true. So, and I brought that in relation to my own evidence, but it's relevant to this conversation because that's exactly one of the tensions that we're going to have to navigate. Rod Carr a few weeks back said there are 100 countries in the world like us that could use the argument that we're too small to matter. Together our emissions are equal to those of China. Everything we do makes a difference. 1 tonne of carbon dioxide emissions by me or by you or by New Zealand or by China is the same as far as the planet is concerned. 1 tonne less makes the planet a better place. Every emission counts. So I take your point that yes, we are small in the big picture, but it does matter. And you know that it's someone else's problem.
Yes, I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but given we produce food with less emissions than a lot of other people do, if we suddenly go out of business, others will just step in and do it cheaper and they won't care, which seems to happen a bit. And if we still have that mindset, it's all about profit.
Yeah, so I mean, what you're talking about there is emissions leakage, and it's been touted a lot by the industry bodies. And I would say, to my knowledge, there's no evidence that that has actually happened. So again, it's one of those things that we all seem to be fluent with or familiar with, but I have yet to see something that actually can substantiate that argument. And the other thing to note here is around, you know, what do we mean by the Paris Agreement statement around making sure whatever we do doesn't affect food security and production and being able to feed the world. The question there remains to be, are we talking about the immediate term, like short term, in which case we would make no changes? Or are we talking about 500 years from now? Now, if we're talking about 500 years from now, we need to start making these changes so we have a planet that can protect, that can produce food for whoever's left over at that point, let's put it that way. So I think that, again, it's a statement that gets flipped around a lot around the food production, food security thing, but there's very seldom those qualifiers that are attached to it, and that statement can't be read in isolation. It needs to be read with the other 4 sections of that statement in the Paris Agreement. And finally, I would just say that fertiliser sales by the big companies in New Zealand are done by commission, and this I would suggest is a contributing factor to the current system that we're working, that, as I've just pointed out in this supplementary evidence, is not the only way to do business.
don't think it needs to be 500 years either.
I don't know if you guys are old enough to remember a TV series called Logan's Run.
Yes.
That might be the only solution to our worldwide problem. By the time you got 30, you're sent off to some farm to be exterminated. Not sure if that's appropriate in today's world, but I think they foresaw the problem coming. That was the message out of that TV program. Yeah, okay, thank you very much for that.
Look, many thanks for the enormous work and thought you've put into this. But I come down to a very nice 2 paragraphs. The one about how do we break the suicidal path. And it just strikes me that almost no amount of words do much unless you've got the courage to make the changes. And for the most part, it's political courage as much as anything else, because I don't think people would argue too much about the arguments that have been put up here by all your various submitters. I mean, they're just motherhood and apple pie kind of stuff for most people. Mm. And I'm particularly taken by your reference to children and mokopuna, because that's what this is all about, isn't it? It's about what do we leave our mokopuna, our children. We don't have the courage to do it now. We're gonna, the mess we leave them will be even greater than the mess we live in.
But it's the unifying factor, isn't it? It's the unifying idea. No one can deny that.
Yes, I know. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. But where do we get the courage to? This is my question.
Well, you
yeah, yes, I know. No, ultimately.
Well, there's two. Yeah, that's a big thing again. But you can't see the politicians doing it because they're on this short cycle. We've tried to get change up there, and the economic people are on a short cycle. So we are really putting a lot of faith in you as a regional authority, a regional body to start the process. I think there's a lot. You can do a fantastic thing here if you really get to grips with Te Mana o Te Wai, that's what,
Yeah, well, I mean,
genuinely.
That's your departure comment, isn't it?
Yeah.
Te Mana o Te Wai. I mean, nature is where it all starts.
Yeah. Water, land, climate.
Yeah, sure.
We get them right.
I don't really have any questions. I just wanted to make an observation that that thing around courage, it's not just political, but that's a huge part of it. Yeah, thanks very much.
Thank you. I already made my comments on the gratitude we have for what you've done, and so we can move on to the witnesses. Thank you.
Yes. Just waiting on him to start his video.
Good morning, Dr. Salinger. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can, loud and clear.
Thank you. Now, before asking the panel if they have any questions, are there any particular high points that you want to just emphasise in your evidence?
Well, I take it my evidence has been read, and I think it's pretty clear what's happening on with the global and New Zealand climate. It's changing and we're getting more extremes. There's a comment I'd like to make because I've been in Europe recently and I was listening to the discussion is you need to consider the markets because the EU is talking about food production which has a high carbon footprint. They will start taxing. So the market is going to also play a role in what happens, particularly with dairy production. And livestock production is is particularly, shall we say, carbon intensive compared with crops and other type of agriculture. So that would be the only comment I'd make, because I heard what I think it was Jack was saying in tēnā koutou, te koa.
Okay, thank you. I'll ask the commissioners in turn if they have any questions. So starting with Commissioner Sullivan.
No, look, I'm just, you know, I found your evidence very interesting, and you know, and certainly the, you know, the use of your tables and graphs to illustrate the points that you were making. I don't have any specific questions, but I just did want to thank you for the effort that you've put in on this.
No, you're very welcome. And what's a surprise to all us climate scientists? It seems to be happening faster than we anticipated. As a comment, Sir Alan Mark and I wrote about this in 1975. So we've been on the same track for quite some time. Unfortunately, it's got political, and there's also big corporates got in the way and a lot of disinformation. But I think everybody's fairly convinced it's happening now.
I think you'd have to have your eyes closed to not think that it was happening. Yeah.
No.
Thanks.
Commissioner Kiewit.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor. Just one question really around one of the solutions to this problem has been, it's been pushed very hard in this process, is renewable energy system. And I look at your precipitation projections, and it's just a question really that in your paragraph 17 about Western Otago, that needing an increase between 7 to 16%. And I think you made a general comment that winters are going to get wetter.
Yes, that's.
Could we see that as a bonus for our hydro lakes?
It is, because what's happening also, if it's warmer, it means that there'll be more rain and less snow. The southern ski fields will be perfectly okay, but basically the balance between rain and snow precipitation you get, usually in the winter, a lot of the precipitation is tied up in the snowpack, and so less will get tied up in the snowpack, and melting will start earlier. So basically will flatten the curve. At the moment, you get your highest inflows into your hydro lakes November, December. That might come up a bit, and you have your lowest inflows in the winter. So in a sense, it should benefit the hydro lakes.
Yeah, okay, thank you for that.
And I should also comment on the precipitation side. Summers will be hotter, which means there's more, and that's not in my evidence, but it really means that you have higher evapotranspiration rates, which put stress on the summer pastures. So and remember that the area you're looking at is a very dry area. So in effect, that's more, shall we say, soil moisture loss during the warm season. And so that's very important.
Yeah, okay, so what you're saying there, then if we maintain the current practices, more irrigation would be needed.
Yes, precisely.
Which could offset the benefits of the hydro lakes.
Well, the hydro lakes, of course, that is used for power generation.
The prospect of a warmer Dunedin summer does have some appeal, though. But
yes, well, yes. I guess we're not an area that is likely to see heat waves causing death. It's just where we are. our extremes. Having been in the northern hemisphere and seen what's happened in Europe and Phoenix, Arizona, where they've had 2 months of temperatures above 38 degrees centigrade. No, we're not in that zone.
Great, thank you very much for your evidence.
You're welcome.
Right at the very beginning of your evidence, Dr. Sanjay, you referred to the fact that between the years 1870 and 2020, the temperatures warmed by 1.2 degrees centigrade.
Yes,
Now,
that's good.
if I were to go to various places, in particular, if I were to go to a marae and tell them that, they'd look at me and say, well, so what? I mean, it's not doesn't seem like a hell of a lot. But this is kind of a reality check, I think, around this courage issue that I raised earlier on.
Okay.
You can come to grips with the reality of the stuff that you're being told. It's hard to sort of come to grips with, to do anything about it.
Okay, well, I think I'd give 2 answers to that. Firstly, there's very good evidence in what's happened with our glaciers. We've only got about half the ice mass, half the ice volume, permanent ice volume we had in 1950. So those who are aware of the West Coast and how far you have to drive up the glacial valleys, that's a very stark evidence of what's happening. The other thing is perhaps they need to talk, there's 2 points, perhaps they need to talk to their elders who will recall what the frosts were like. You talk to anybody in Otago Southland who's been on the land for a long time, they just say, and we've got evidence, I've got evidence from the Bonspiel people that they don't get the frozen ponds like they used to. So they can't have their annual Bonspiels. The other interesting thing is we've brought out a report, this was in DSIR math days, in about 1989, where we postulated that in Northland, you'd be seeing bananas and pineapple. And guess what now? In Northland, you're seeing bananas and pineapple. So I would just respond with that sort of evidence. It's definitely there.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thank you, Dr. Filger. I don't have any particular questions. As Bianca Sullivan said to you, it's very helpful to have the detail that you've provided, and very much.
You're very welcome.
Yeah.
So the next witness will be
Nathan Serena. Yeah, he's
Whose name?
Nathan Serena.
he's connecting now. Right. Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Surendran. We've read your evidence, thank you. And are there any particular matters that you wanted to highlight before I open the panel to questions for you?
Kia ora koutou katoa. No, I don't have any specific things I want to highlight. Hopefully some things will come up in the discussion which will speak to the points I've made. It'll be interesting to hear your questions, please.
Thank you. We'll start with Commissioner Sullivan. Thanks.
Yeah, no, thank you, Mr. Surendran. I suppose one of the things that came out of your evidence is, I suppose, to some extent what we've been hearing from some of the energy companies as well, in terms of I suppose, an expected increase in energy consumption to get to the 2050 target, and they have cited to us that they need another Clutha scheme every 3.5 years. And I suppose where they're coming from is that we need to be making sure that the provisions in the RPS will kind of lead towards that, because that's a really key thing to achieve the 2050 carbon zero goals. And I think, you know, what we're hearing through your evidence is a slightly, you know, is a different take on that. Actually, we need to be reducing energy consumption, and we're heading along a path that if we go down, you know, perhaps even the path that the energy companies are saying is that that's not sustainable. Have you got any comment, or do you want to pick up on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the projections that the energy companies rely on from the likes of the International Energy Agency, the Business Energy Council's times modelling scenarios and so on are based on an economic evaluation of future energy demand. And typically it's what's known as a demand-led forecast. So we assume that growth is going to continue. We assume that growth is going to be at a prudent 2 to 3% per annum, and we project that into the future, and we say that's the path that we're aiming for. Now, I don't know if you guys are aware of something called the rule of 70. It's a really nice little rule of thumb which you can use to understand what growth rates mean. So a growth rate of 2%, using the rule of 70, you divide 70 by that growth rate, that's 35. That's the number of years it would take to double the quantity under consideration. So that's where, you know, the likes of the indication that the Clutha, you'd need a new Clutha scheme every 3.5 years would come from, over 35 years at 2% growth rate, you've got to double the total energy consumption, because as my evidence showed, I hope the energy consumption is directly related to GDP, and what we're actually talking about here is a doubling of GDP at a 2% growth rate. The question we have to step back and ask ourselves is, in the consideration of freshwater management, is the environment able to bear a doubling of total impact over a 35-year period? And, you know, people will point to technological improvements which may reduce the rate of impact by a small amount, but certainly won't mitigate a doubling in the total amount of impact that we could reasonably foresee in that period at that growth rate. So, you know, the biophysical approach, which is the one that I'm advocating the council starts to try and incorporate into its policy making and strategizing, is that we have now reached globally in 2018 a peak in all liquid supply, and that the slope in terms of total oil supply, and specifically diesel being the important part of the total oil supply that does all of the heavy lifting for us, alongside kerosene and heavy fuel oil for shipping and so on, is reducing, and the total amount of energy that we're going to have going forwards is going to constrain our growth. And the idea put forward by the energy companies, by anybody else who's relying on the econometric modelling that doesn't take into account that factor, is simply refuted by the biophysical evidence. So that would be my response.
So I suppose we don't need the same fossil fuel availability going into the future. I think, part of what they're saying is we need to, there needs to be more electricity to fuel our electric vehicles and all those other things. I suppose what we're hearing from you is that we need to think about our energy consumption, reduce our energy consumption, become a whole lot more efficient, rather than continue this constant ramping up.
Yeah, I'm saying that it's a literal physical impossibility to continue to increase from this point forwards, and that we might see small periods where we can increase as the dynamics of the global economic system means energy price fluctuations make energy available to us at a lower cost for certain periods. I think the more likely scenario is actually that the global geopolitical situations and so on are likely to constrain our energy supply even further than the simple decline rates would, because for example, South China Sea is a hotly contested area. Actually, would you mind if I just quickly share my screen for 1 second here? I've got a graphic. No, I can't share my screen. Okay, so the reality is that the South China Sea is a place where most of the shipping traffic that brings fuel to New Zealand passes through, and that conflict in that area could disrupt those supply chains. Tankers would have to start taking the long way around Australia, significant disruptive impacts there. The Middle East, where the oil originates from, whether it's refined in Singapore as it is now or previously in Marsden Point, that oil is from an area which has just in the last day or two said they're going to extend their production cuts. Now, there's the question about whether that production cut is extended because they are playing a geopolitical game or whether they are actually finally constrained by their ability to supply at ever increasing rates as they have done historically. And that's probably going to lead to a situation where we see absolute shortages and price spikes and price volatility and a lack of availability of refined product in New Zealand, which again, obviously constrains our options going forward. So, these are the things that are happening now. And I'm just really trying to point to this physical reality as the one of the fundamental contexts within which the decisions that you are being asked to make sit.
I'm just wondering, are you really asking, given that global context of shrinking energy availability, whether we would be wise to ramp up here or constrict our, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Are you asking what we should do locally rather than what, given the global situation?
I suppose it's more that the evidence we're getting from the renewable electricity generators is to, I suppose, cut them some slack and I suppose provide for provisions that allow more renewable energy development. So that's
Well, there's going to be a global.
Yeah. Okay. No, thank you. That's all.
Yeah. So I just quickly on that point, electricity supply is around a third of total primary energy demand in New Zealand. The other 2/3 comes primarily from liquid fossil fuels and coal.
Yeah, well, that's the point I think Commissioner Sullivan's making, that
Right.
the other 2/3, the drive is to forget about increasing it, just look at what we've got now. The drive is to replace that other 2/3 with electrical sources.
Yeah.
And how realistic is that?
Well, if that's a direct question to me, the answer is it's wholly unrealistic. It just in some senses it does make sense to increase renewable energy supply as far as it diversifies our existing electrical demand and improves resilience of that supply. In the AF8 scenarios, for example, the large hydro dams in the South Island are significantly affected, and that takes out a significant proportion of our total electrical energy generation capacity, where a more distributed system would be more resilient in that respect. So there is sense in that regard to increasing it, but taking a step back and coming back to the wise response position, looking at this on an intergenerational basis over the long term and the big picture, energy that we expend now, resources that we expend now on creating those renewable energy systems, on building new roads, on all of the things that were talked about in terms of maintaining business as usual, are options that we take away from our children. So there's an ethical dimension there, I think, that needs to be considered as well. You know, we need to leave future generations optionality in terms of resource and energy expenditure, and using the energy now to do these things removes their choices and also passes the buck in terms of the difficult decisions that we know we must face from this generation to future generations, or at least tries to. I think the reality of the biophysical situation is that some of those decisions are coming due now, and you know, we're going to be forced to make some difficult decisions. But from an ethical point of view, we should be making those difficult decisions now ourselves anyway, because it's our children that we're asking to effectively carry us and saying, can you make the difficult decisions for us? And I don't believe that's an ethically defensible position.
When you say using the energy now, I'm assuming you mean fossil fuel energy.
Correct. Yeah. That finite, non-renewable resource which we're depleting.
Yeah, well, it's a huge challenge, because if you look at electrification and trying to mitigate the effects of climate change, I've read about the batteries involved, development, construction involved in electric cars, and pretty much to build one of those before your electric car is driven, you've actually effectively driven 50,000 kilometres in a fossil fuel car, because that's the energy it takes to build a battery. So we're not really too far ahead. So that's the sort of decisions that will be made. I guess what you're talking about, how we do that better.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, your evidence is very similar to when we last saw you. So I don't have any further questions. So thank you for that.
Okay.
Yeah, I have no
Thank you.
Commissioner Kerry similarly has no questions. Mr. Q is quite right that your evidence is similar to last time. And I remember last time saying to you, raising with you an issue that I want to raise again, because when you read your paragraph 23 and your last two lines, is that scientifically accurate, or is it a reflection of political stances? In other words, you're saying there are no substitutes that can provide the same level of energy return on energy investment as fossil fuels. That is one of the reasons for that, because we've got the political barrier that we just will not, as a society in New Zealand, look at either hydro or nuclear.
Yeah, that is a good question, and it is scientifically based. So what we have to look at, and it becomes a slightly technical question around the way in which we assess that return on investment and the boundaries that we draw. I believe that we should be including, when we're talking about renewable energies which are variable over time, in a way that you can't control. You know, there's predictable variations relating to diurnal variation in solar power, for example, and then there's the fluctuations relating to wind power that we're aware of. Those systems analysed on their own can be shown to have similar energy return on investments to fossil fuel systems, but because of the variability, we have to include energy storage. And energy storage can take many forms, but typically it acts as a, you'd say, parasitic load on the total energy performance of the system. Any energy conversion, so when you're storing energy, you're converting it from electrical energy in the grid to some form of chemical or physical potential energy, which can then be drawn down at a later time, has an efficiency loss associated with it. And so overall, the energy return of the system, including renewables, cannot be compared to the energy return of the system as it currently exists with fossil fuels. That's really the point I'm trying to make there. Does that make sense? Does that answer your question?
It makes sense, but I'm not sure that it answers the question, because when you look at your which I think is very apposite, your first line in paragraph 22. If we're getting to a level of international crisis, as Wise Response is arguing, then inevitably the point you make in the first line, that as fuel supply declines, that will drive military conflict. And you've also mentioned the constriction and the power that goes with it in the South China Sea at the moment in terms of that.
Yeah.
So when you start considering those sort of pretty grim options, how long is it before we politically start talking about other potential sources that at the moment we just will not discuss?
That is a good question. And again, I think, it's pretty clear that change comes through crisis in societies in a general sense, and that the crisis that is coming, that Wise Response is speaking to, will drive some of those types of conversations. Similar to the point I make to people who point to the declining cost curves for renewable energy. One of the things we have to consider is that if we leave it to the point where we're discussing this in crisis, then everybody else is in crisis as well when we're talking about large geopolitical trends, and the availability and affordability of these systems that we can potentially make some transition towards and receive some benefit from will be supply and demand at the same time. It's going to cost more.
Probably come to the end of my questions, and it's probably opposite because you just started to freeze there at the end. So, that's not your problem. So thank you very much for the input that you've given to us both on this occasion and on the last. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Next witness.
Who?
Okay.
Oh, you.
Okay. Hello again. Obviously, evidence is taken as read, but I did have a couple of additional comments. If that's okay. Yep. So the first thing, I just want to refer to something in the practice note that says if other experts would have different opinions to mine, I should explain why. And I think that if you are speaking to other veterinarians or people making comment from a largely animal-focused perspective, you will find that my position is different. Veterinarian with special expertise and interest in animal welfare, and there are not many of us in the country. And on that matter, I refer you to Littlewood et al. 2020, where she outlines that gap in general knowledge for most veterinarians in animal welfare. That being said, I spoke before, there were a couple of additional things that I thought might be helpful as far as backing up some of the stuff I'd put in my evidence, and that production paper was one of them that I spoke about before. I forget the title, Farm Nutrient Advisory Limited's paper. That's just a backing statement to the idea of de-intensification doesn't have to mean loss of profit and production. The other thing I just wanted, that has come to my attention since my evidence was submitted, was the decision of an independent decision maker regarding a resource consent matter in Southland. This happened on the 10th of July. And I raised this, and I think it's relevant to what I'm going to talk about, because the comment is made that the impacts on animals of resource consent matters that are dealt with under the RMA, with the welfare of the animals, can be captured by the RMA. That's quite an unusual statement. I've provided the paper. I'm happy to provide the full paper. There's a link that I've provided there to that decision. It might seem a bit of a stretch because that probably comes as news to you that we'll be considering the welfare of the animals under the RMA. But her argument is that when it talks about the natural and physical resources, land, water, air, soil, minerals, animals, and all forms of plants and animals, whether native or not, in all structures, and that's found in section 2 of the RMA. That seems to me to be an important decision, because while I've been asked to comment was around the impacts of animal husbandry and farm systems on freshwater quality and how those things are related. A couple of times today, I've heard what I would refer to as a one health, one welfare to our Māori view being expressed. And I don't want to fuss about the details about those different lenses that we can think about things through. But essentially what we're talking about is interconnectedness of the natural world. And that's essentially where my evidence comes from. The idea of how we manage animals on the land impacts the environment, and it impacts people too, but I haven't waded into that particular piece. That view of things, one health, one welfare, te ao Māori, speaks to a global ecological system. And one of the comments I would make around this, and which backs up what Wise Response has said, is that what we're talking about here is the impact on receiving environments and an ecological system, rather than just being focused on climate change and greenhouse gases, which is just an output of ecological overshoot. That's a really important differentiation, I suppose. We should be talking about ecological overshoot. We shouldn't be talking about and focusing on climate change. And that statement refers and ties very tightly back to that idea of the interconnectedness of the world. Generally speaking, when we think about impacts on animals, per the strikeout decision comment, where we have good environmental outcomes, we're probably going to have good outcomes for our animals as well. There are a couple of exceptions to that rule, and in developing regional policy statement and local regulation, this is something that has been brought up at various tables that I've sat at, where local policy can include things like top-down grazing on hills and also back fencing to protect the environment. Both of those things are detractors from good animal welfare outcomes. If you're in South Otago on the coast, standing on the top of a hill and you're fenced there and the southerly blows, you would much rather not be on the top of that hill. And from a back fencing perspective, most often back fences, so for example, on winter crops, which we see very commonly, South Otago, also obviously Southland, means that prevents access to shelter for those animals, because most often the shelter is at the back of the paddocks. We can use tricky fencing to manage that, but generally speaking, that's not the case. It just tends to be, excuse me, there just tends to be one wire running along the back. I think that covers my additional notes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you. I just have one question. You know, and again, I found your evidence very interesting, and I was just interested. You talk quite a bit about use of antimicrobials in farming. How does our use compare with other countries? I suppose I was just interested in you know, if you've got any comment on that, and also in relation to intensification here. I know you did make some comments around that.
Possibly in a slightly conflicted fashion, I'll refer you to the paper in there that Hillerton et al. Wrote. One of the et al.'s is Beatty. It's a great paper.
I'm sure.
So there's been two papers published regarding antimicrobial use in New Zealand, one in 2017 and then the paper I just referred to. In both, we came up as being the third lowest users in the world, which is great. Like, that's, you know, we should be pretty proud of that. We do have a couple of countries chasing our tails at the moment, so you know, we can't rest on our laurels. So that's overall around antimicrobial use. I also make the comment in there that the more intensive the system, the more likely it is that there's going to be increased use of antimicrobials, and that bears out in that data. So pigs and chickens that are farmed indoors are the highest users, and then followed by dairy, which are all three of those are significant, not particularly pigs and chickens, but also dairy are significantly higher than our extensive pastoral systems like sheep and beef.
Yeah. So do you find that, you know, I suppose in some areas the likes of winter barns and other things for cows, for dairy cows are becoming you know, more popular as I suppose to move away from the intensive winter grazing and other and the impacts of that. I mean, would that sort of more barn style winter housing result in higher use of antimicrobials as a
Interesting question. So internationally, you'll probably be aware that, like in England, for example, masses of animals are wintered in barns. They think it's kind of mean that we leave our animals outside in the weather.
Yeah.
And the shift of barns here has been more contemporary. So over the last couple of decades, really, I think the use of antimicrobials and the dairying system, apart from the immediate health and welfare management of a lame cow or mastitis or metritis, something like that, has largely related to its use in dry cow therapy. So at the end of milking, inserting an antimicrobial and what we call a sealant, so a stopper at the bottom of the teat, which protects them over the dry period. Mastitis. Now, obviously, the dirtier the environment, and I've got a reference in the paper, the more likely an animal would be to get mastitis. So there was an uptick of dry cow use because of management practices such as winter grazing, where they're living in a muddy environment. The main driver of the reduction of use that's happening now is actually a directive that's come essentially down through the World Health Organization, that AMR is that key concern. That's translating into attempts to reduce use both in the human horticulture, which use a lot of antimicrobials, and also within the veterinary community as well. So now, rather than blanket treating animals, they would target them. So that will still happen irrespective of whether or not they're in a barn or outside. But there is certainly a downward trend by pressures that are far bigger than farm systems, can I say. It's that World Health Organization's concern around antimicrobial resistance, which is the top 10, was it? So that's your question?
Yeah, no, it does. So thank you for that.
No, thank you. Bianca actually just asked exactly what I was going to ask, because the winter barn scenario is happening more down here in the last couple of years, and it's been driven by the freshwater regulations, actually. I was just wondering how that would impact on the issues you've raised, but you've addressed that, so thank you.
Kia ora. Being mindful of the fact that this exercise is sort of underwritten pretty much by Te Mana o Te Wai. That's how a lot of the conversations have been built up. And I'm wondering what comment you might have around the sort of stuff that transferring diseases from animals to humans, for example, in the whole mahinga kai sort of context or dialogue, and also in terms of Māori, the Māori question that we're sort of dealing with. What comment do you have to? Can you give us?
The first part of your question is possibly slightly outside my area of expertise, other than to say, like I've referenced a number of papers in here where we've seen zoonotic diseases being transferred, but mainly via water rather than kai per se. I do know within certain estuaries in New Zealand, for example, it's not advised to eat kai moana from those estuaries because of the contaminants, and that. In one instance I can think of, that's E. coli from runoff. So it certainly is it does have impacts. I can't speak to whether there's actually a specific example from a kai perspective in Otago that applies to. The principle, I would say, does apply, that what we're doing to the animals and the impact on the water and all living things within it certainly can be affected. Sorry, now I've lost track of the second part of your question.
I've written it myself. But
no, Māori. Again, I am out of my lane as far as telling, having comment necessarily on anything from the to Ao Māori world. What I would say to that is, I was at a workshop and the wonderful Naomi Aparo stood up and in a very short sentence, got my head around the difference between how Western society might think about water quality, for example, versus how Mātauranga Māori might think about it. And what she said was, having put, there was a list of 7 specific things that we were asked to pick what was the most important one to focus on in order to improve water quality. And she said, paraphrase, Māori don't think about things like that. We wouldn't choose one thing to try and improve an aspect of water quality. We would be wanting to restore the mauri of the awa. And it really rested with me because it brings that one health, one welfare to our Māori concept alive around the fact that it's not about improving one aspect. It's about restoring what I would call the welfare, the mauri, the life force of the natural environment, not just water, I might add. So that's, I think, essentially what Wise Response is talking about here. That's what we would like to see happen, and that's the medium to long-term goal is around the restoration of mauri, not just niggling away at the bottom lines.
Yeah, we had a presentation earlier in the week from Ngāi Tahu presenter, and she characterised it, mauri in particular, about what it smells like, what it looks like, what it feels like, what it tastes like. And I thought at the end of it, I said, oh, this is a good old smell test, kind of stuff. But I mean, that's the reality, I suppose, on the ground. That's how people see it. It's short of being able to define it categorically in scientific terms or whatever, it does come down to, that sort of Te Māori perspective on life. I mean, the ki uta ki tae philosophy that Ngāi Tahu is very strong on. Mō ngā uri a muri ake nei. I mean, their thing about leaving the world a better place for their grandchildren is all encapsulated in that. Now, I suppose because you're one of the first veterinarians I've ever spoken to on this topic, I was curious, just how this kind of, I understand what you're saying, but if you're trying to extrapolate some of that out into, in my case, the Māori world, and, what are the messages there? How do you get some of these messages across to, those people who want to engage in that conversation? That's the other thing, I think, that everybody, we may just sit here listening sometimes, but I think a lot of us want to engage in it, but we're not necessarily capable of it. Part of it is language, and science makes it hard for some people to engage in the conversation. But I just think that the more we talk about it, the better. That's kind of my. Well, thanks very much.
I agree, and I'll just add a comment that essentially what we need to talk about is the interconnectedness, right? That you can't. It's very difficult to have very, very high welfare on one thing without having impacts on the other, or vice versa. So poor water quality, there's probably other things that are, connected to that and suffering at the same time. So, rather than thinking in silos, we need to lift our gaze a bit and go, how does it all fit together?
It sort of cuts to the core of the ongoing conversation around Mātauranga Māori and science, Western science. I'm fascinated by that conversation. It won't end. This is just the beginning, but it'll keep going. And it takes, I guess, exercise like this will just further, sort of elaborate and highlight the need to continue to be talking to each other.
The only questions I've got, thank you, relates to that dairy report summary you provided. Just on the third page, what's the DM that comes from the green line?
Excuse me, dry matter tons per year.
Okay. And the limits?
Milk solids.
Milk solids. Okay. And how on earth do you assess pasture palatability?
You go and have a taste.
Ask the cows.
Yeah, that's right. Ask the cows. They'll tell you. They'll tell you which bit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I look, thank you for your evidence. We'll break for,
Excuse,
sorry.
so could I just add one more comment that I meant to say in my introductory comments? One of the limitations around the freshwater regulations that were put in that's fairly relevant to this conversation is that winter cropping is defined in those regulations, and it only relates to annual fodder crops, so things that are replanted every year. And there's been a real swing, in part probably because of those regulations, to think about how our systems might work, so they are not going to be captured by those, and something called grass and baleage systems have popped up. Now, on a really good fodder beet crop, you could have 30 tonnes per hectare, which is a lot. You could set up a grass and baleage system to have exactly the same tonnage per hectare and have exactly the same poor environmental and animal welfare outcomes in those systems. So thinking about how that might be able to be managed at a local level, given that it's not in the regulations, it would be useful for the commissioners to turn their minds to that as well, to make sure that system isn't excluded from the necessary outcomes for water, land and animals. We did try to get it put in, but yeah, sometimes my opinions aren't always listened to. Fancy.
You're a woman.
Thank you. Jeff, we break to 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock, yeah.
Is that right?
That's fine. Perfect, thank you.
Time to Kyle.
Yes, yeah.
Around 2 o'clock. Yeah.
who's next, as far as you're concerned?
Dr. Mike Lloyd.
Right, Mike, is he there?
Yep, he's joining on now.
Kia ora, Dr. Joy.
Everyone, thank you.
We've read your evidence, and so before I turn it over to members of the panel for any questions that they might have, is there anything in particular that you wanted to summarise before we did that?
Thanks. I wondered if I could.
Can you hear us?
Yeah, no, I can. Sorry, I had a double up there. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry. Yes, I just wanted to. I wondered if I could respond. I was listening earlier on, and there was a question that came up from one of the panelists. Somebody, I'm not sure who, but this question about feeding the world and the requirement for food, and I just wanted to mention or to kind of highlight the issue because it comes up with some of the work that I've been doing with Kaitahu as well, about food and kai. And the biggest, and I'm not sure of proportion in Otago, sorry, but the biggest export for New Zealand that is classified as food is milk powder. And I wonder if that's meets any definition as food, considering that it's dried mostly with coal and it ends up very hard or impossible to get the accurate exact figures, but the largest proportion of what we produce in the way of dairy ends up as what is classified as confectionery, or AKA junk food. It's a cheap filler that is used by many companies, in what we would call highly processed food, but not likely to be particularly healthy for people. And the other part of it goes, of course, to infant formula, and there's some real ethical issues around how that product is marketed in some of the poorer countries of the world. So it just strikes me that we just have this kind of term that we call food, and when we talk about exports and about if we don't do it, someone else will do it worse. We measure our greenhouse gas emissions for milk production at the farm gate and then claim to be better than anyone else. But of course, nobody drinks milk, or only a tiny proportion of that is drunk as milk from the farm gate. And as I said before, the vast majority of it is actually dried using fossil fuels and exported. And so it's just not particularly accurate to claim that we are, the most efficient producer of food, is often claimed by the industry. So it was just a general kind of thing that I was itching to say when that question came up.
Thank you, Dr. Joy. We'll start any questions with Commissioner Sullivan.
All right, I'm just checking through your evidence. I think I did have some questions. The back end. Yeah, you talked from paragraph 110. You talked quite a lot about farm environment plans and the like. And I suppose I was just interested and whether you've got any views around the certified freshwater farm plans versus more the industry adopted farm environment plans, which is what you seem to have highlighted concerns with in your evidence. I presume comparing like for like there.
Yeah, well, I mean, they seem to be very similar to me, and it's very hard to find any information on what is actually required. And there's this thing called the gold standard, or they've got some kind of A+ rating that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find what that actually meant. I mean, I've been involved for decades in this process, and through the science, as a member of the Science Technical Advisory Group for the National Policy Statement 2020, the industry constantly pushed farm plans as the solution to everything. And the Kahuiwai Māori group and the Science Technical Advisory Group and the Freshwater Leaders Group, or certainly most of them, were trying to make the point that these plans cannot achieve the kind of outcomes that we want, because they're just tinkering with a model that's broken in the first place. And so I don't have much faith in the plans. I don't have faith that even if these gold standard or the best outcomes possible are achieved by these plans, we will get anywhere near the kind of changes that we need to have healthy fresh water again.
Yeah, and does that come back to your points around land use change being needed, and that farm environment plans are really just trying to make improvements to the existing farm systems? Yeah, they're tinkering
with a model that's out of date and should never have been allowed to happen in the first place. So we're in this tricky place where, like we are for so many things, where we're going back is very difficult, because so much has been invested in what we have at the moment.
Yeah. Look, I did have another question. Hang on, something's gone a little awry with my looking through the evidence online, and it just zoomed to 1200%, which means I couldn't read anything. Just in relation to your paragraph 112, and you're saying, as was noted, resource consent conditions are locked in for the duration of a consent. And I was just curious on why you've picked that phrase out, and I presume this is from the MFE report, when there are provisions in the RMA to review resource consents.
Yeah, I realise that there are provisions to do that, but it seems that it never happens.
I suppose I've just been involved in a process to review, to put minimum flows on consents in the Hikateri Ashburton catchment, and there are reviews happening around the place, but I think possibly to some extent they stay below the radar, because they don't.
I accept that. Yeah, I may not be aware of these.
They do happen. So I was just interested in the comment that you pulled up there, thinking, well, these things are happening. Presumably they will need to happen more to implement what's coming, the limits and flows that are coming out through plans. But,
that's a good point.
Yeah, no, that's all I had. Thank you for your evidence, though. It was very interesting.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Dr. George. Just in relation to your comments around the effects of dams, and 61, you say the benefit of dams, if any, are small. And we've had a lot of evidence in terms of dealing with this climate crisis that renewable energy is going to have to fill the void there. So are you effectively suggesting that we shouldn't really be looking at hydroelectricity to actually achieve some of those outcomes?
No, well, I think that, and this is where I'd be on the same page as Nathan, that what we should be looking at is reducing our energy consumption. And hydro energy is considered like a bunch of these renewables as a solution, but that's only if you ignore the impacts of it and the huge amount of material that goes into the construction and the greenhouse gas, the embedded emissions on top of the huge ecological and biological impacts of hydro dams. And so I guess I accept that the ones that are already there are good, and we kind of stuck with them now because they've already been built. But if we were to look carefully at the costs, then maybe it wouldn't be seen. I mean, we just kind of this assumption that it's green energy, and then we immediately kind of just assume that that is a positive thing without looking at any of the impacts of it. And I don't need to remind people, I mean, maybe I do need to remind people that Sir Alan Mark, who leads Wise Response, you know, he came into prominence fighting against the Manapori Dam, and you know, environmentalists were fighting dams not that long ago, and that was for very good reasons.
Yeah, I guess, and you know, the existing ones there, so they're there, so we should be, would you agree with that? We should perhaps be actually using them a bit more efficiently?
Yes, yeah, I would agree, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. The only other thing I wanted to ask you about was your interesting comparison in your paragraph 37, where you talk about stocking rates and you compare New Zealand with the EU.
Yep.
Is it a like for like comparison? That I see they have an annual farm application of nitrogen doesn't exceed 170 kgs per hectare. What's the equivalent here?
Well, that's not just for fertilizer. That's all nutrient loss from nutrient being lost from that area. So not just an application rate that we're talking about here, but they've translated that through, and this is work that's been done throughout France, and we're working out on that level. If you try to meet that limit, then 1 cow per hectare is a good sort of rule of thumb of where you would be at to achieve that level of loss from the system, which I always kind of remember the time back pre-1990 in New Zealand when I was dairy farming, and that was about the stocking rate that we had then, and that is the limit in Europe. And I think if we got to that rate again here, we would have drastically reduced the freshwater and greenhouse gas emission problems that we have on intensive farming in New Zealand.
Yeah. So what sort of farming system are you comparing? Is it mainly housed in Europe, or?
Yeah, I mean, in the colder parts of Europe, yeah, they certainly house them in the wintertime, but this is, you still have to have that grazing, that area to collect the feed from. So it's based on that, whether they're inside or outside.
Yeah, okay. And I'm not sure about Europe, but I know American dairy cows are massive compared to ours. Is it the same? Are the European ones similar size to our dairy cows, or are they bigger?
Yeah, they're certainly bigger in Holland. Yeah, a hell of a lot bigger.
Everything's bigger in Holland.
Yeah.
No, that was excellent. Thank you.
Commissioner Kirky.
Kia ora, Mike. I want to just step through your presentation, beginning on section on impacts on Mahinga Kai. And there's the bit where you refer to water not being mixed across different catchments. And I'm reading into that, the mixing you're talking about is to deal with science parameters that go with that, as opposed to, when I look at it from a Māori point of view, mixing the wai is parallel to a certain extent, but different.
Yeah, I guess what I mean is the situations where you have water taken from one catchment and shifted into another catchment. So where natural pathways are altered, and then you get all sorts of effects on, migration of fish and pollution of waterways that can affect all of the Mahinga Kai.
Yeah. And But then you go on and then refer in particular to tuna, the long. And by implication also the importance that has in terms of mahinga kai for ngaitahu, which you refer to there. Then you refer to their plight. I'm assuming that's the longfin tuna's plight and not ngaitahu's plight.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about the plight of the longfin. Yeah, sure.
But having raised that though, what is the plight of the longfin tuna?
Well, it's listed as at risk on the threatened species list, and the work that I've been doing looking at population changes shows that it is in a precarious position, just looking at the records that we have over the last since 1970 basically of where we find them, and research has been done from Niwa showing that half of their habitat has been lost in New Zealand through the likes of dams and barriers. And then you have all of the pressures of pollution and land use change and all that kind of thing, plus commercial harvest of them on top of that, commercial harvest for export. And they're in a very, we're in a very precarious position, or they're in a very precarious position, because there's another kind of threat hanging over this thing called the Ali effect, where we don't know. There is a minimum number. I mean, I think the great example in New Zealand we have is the black robin, where we got down to the last pair and then we rescued them from the edge. The opposite of that is the Ali effect. And the best example I can think of that is a bird, and it's the passenger pigeon in the US, in North America, and they all fly to a certain point to do a breeding event, which is like our longfins do, and well, like all of our tuna do. They go to a point in the ocean where they meet up, and the last thing they do is to reproduce and then die. In the States with the passenger pigeon, it got down to 6 million, the estimated 6 million from some incredible number that nobody could estimate. And then they went from 6 million to none within a couple of years. This is the Ali effect. There's this minimum number that have to be in existence to be viable at these events, these breeding events, because obviously they would be very popular with all the predators. And the thing is with this, you don't know what that number is until it's too late. So when they're gone, and you can say, right, longfin eels got down to this number, and then that was the end of them. We never saw them again. So that is the risk that we are fiddling with, because we have so drastically reduced the numbers of longfins, and that's part of the reason that I worry so much about them.
And you go on to add to that conversation freshwater coda and mussels.
Yes, so they're all on the threatened species list, the coda and the kakahi, or we call them kakahi up here, are on that threatened species list as well.
And I want to drop down to the section on Te Mana o Te Wai, to section 91. Where I'm really intrigued by some of the comments you make there, which I don't have an argument with, but they've never been quite put in the way that you've put them. For example, paragraph 93, the hierarchy of Te Mana o Te Wai is crucial, as it is effectively the reverse of any hierarchy that's applied to date. Do you want to comment on that?
Yeah. I mean, what I mean by that is that my experience has been that, at multiple hearings and environment court and all of these things that I've been involved in, it's always been the use of the river, mainly for commercial purposes, that has been given priority, and it's the irrigation and the potential for hydro, or for whatever use that we have thinking in a commercial way has always taken precedence over protecting. Then down the list comes, anyone. I mean, to give you the best example I can think of is that the Land and Water Forum, which I was sort of on the edge of, must be close to 20 years ago now. You have a Land and Water Forum there where 95% of the participants were industry who wanting to exploit freshwater. And then there was this little handful of iwi and NGOs who were there to try and protect the Te Mana o Te Wai before it was in legislation. I mean, so that's what I mean by that reversal. If we were to have it today, the Land and Water Forum based around Te Mana o Te Wai would be the reverse, and it would be in fact we'd probably keep the exploiters out of the room.
Yeah, and then I'm going to go on to your Parrot 96, which you use some interesting phraseology as well. Reducing intensity can easily be falsely framed, which I thought was quite a unique way of describing it. But because, and you make the point about it, because it kind of made to look like it's a competition between economic gain and loss, and the survival of, the freshwater argument that you were obviously arguing about at the time. Have I got that right?
Yeah. I mean, that was sort of coming back to that previous question where, it's always framed as if we don't carry on doing what we're doing now, that it'll be bad for the economy and it'll be bad for everybody. But it's such a short-term view. I wish that this paper I could have used in my evidence, but it came out after I submitted. But I'm not sure if you have seen it. There's it's called Growing for Good, and it's published by the Journal of the Royal Society of New Zealand, and it's based around what would happen if we prioritized healthy food production on the landscape, and what the outcomes would be for water quality and greenhouse gas emissions. And they've done it region by region, and Otago really stands out. I can give you the link to this if you haven't already seen it, but it prioritizes nitrate, and then it prioritizes phosphate in waterways. And then, so I'm just looking at the one here for nitrogen. So the scenarios that they ran, then it's got a list of percentage change in the load of nitrogen and the greenhouse gas emissions. And so just looking at it for Otago, and there are two ways of looking at it: climate focused or freshwater focused. But so you can take they've got a graph that shows both. But you can have a 40% reduction in nitrogen in the waterways, and that matches up to a 50% reduction in phosphorus load, which matches up with a 600% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. And the percent change in gross margin for the farmers is plus 107% or plus 22%, depending on which one you optimize. And so, this is kind of, it's such crucial information, I think. And I'm not saying that, I mean, the tricky part of it is you have to have markets, and we've already have this system that's set up based around milk powder. But if we were to optimize for growing healthy food instead, we could have these massive improvements and not lose money and gain money. But this is what the point I was trying to make with that point, but I didn't have this paper to use as evidence.
Okay, and the last comment is no more than just a comment. It's not a question or anything, but it's around the point that you raised about the Kiuta Kitai whole of management, whole of catchment management approach, which I'm aware that you've been on for some time now. And if you think back to some of your earlier days and come back now to now, has anything changed or
When I've been asked this question, the only place where I can say with clarity that we've had a freshwater improvement is in, well, not even necessarily an improvement, but where we've stopped decline at any kind of scale is in the examples of Lake Taupo and Lake Rotorua, where we've had a cap in trade, where we've paid farmers to de-intensify. So we've had the situation, there's about $130 million in total been paid to pay farmers, so $40 million in Lake Rotorua to go to, so it works out, I mean, they base that on $400 for every kilogram of nitrogen lost per hectare per year. And so, you know, you can easily do the sums based on that to what it would cost for your region, and I could easily do that for you. But this was central government money mostly that was given to these farmers to stop that, and that is the situation where we have seen a halt in the decline in water quality, and it's the only one I can really think of that works or has worked.
Okay, I could carry on this conversation forever, but thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joy. The only question that I wanted to just have clarified was that the really relates to your discussion of the farm management plan regime and your criticisms of it at page 23. So really paragraphs 140 onwards. The picture that's been painted to us from the farming sector has been that those voluntary plans had an inbuilt defect because they weren't required to take into account the cumulative effects, and that the difference now with the certified plans under the regulations will be that those environmental or broader environmental aspects are required to be addressed in plans, and that they will be audited, and it will lead to a very different outcome. Do you have a response in that regard?
That sounds very positive, but I think the evidence and the evidence that I gave from the Ashburton Lakes situation is where they are ineffective and they're not monitored and they're not audited, and we don't get those outcomes. So we've been having these promises for a long, long time now, and my experience is that promises and commitments are easy to make. But we, you know, if we were have this meeting again in another 10 years' time, I suspect we'd find that nothing had changed if we were to leave it to farm plans and the industry to do that.
I'll need to check and I'll have a look, but I think that Whakakai report, or the Ashburton report, was in relation to what, for lack of a better term, it would be voluntary farm plans, i.e. that they were older style ones and weren't under the current regulations, which require this new cumulative effects assessment and approach. Am I correct or am I incorrect?
I'm sorry, I don't know the answer.
All right, thank you, Dr. Joy. And,
thank you.
I hope the other commissioners have said you've put a lot of effort into it, and I know that over the decades you've been putting effort into it, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you.
So the next witness.
Just trying to get hold of them.
I just downloaded that article, so it was the Journal of Rural Society of New Zealand.
I found it too.
Yeah.
Dale?
Yeah, McDowell, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool.
He's just downloaded.
So Jack, where are we at?
Yeah.
Pardon me?
Have you got somebody lined up? Or
No, I'm presuming he's, so it's Dr. Hamish Rooney is meant to be next, but
right.
I'm presuming he's meant to be in person. So Mr. McTavish is trying to find him.
Yeah, he's on.
Yeah, I got him. He's somewhere else. He said, I'll wing it, but he'll just be a minute or two.
Oh, he's physically coming.
Sorry, he's just going to hook up now.
Oh, he's gonna hook up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We talk again?
Dr. Hamish Rennie, is it? Next.
It's Hamish Rennie, yes.
Before he comes on, is he a doctor or not? Yes.
He is. He's a prof.
From Waikato in New
Oh, right. Hamish Rennie, yeah.
At least twice.
He did come in, yeah.
It's me coming, sorry.
Oh, no, it was so.
Very busy, and it's hard to get him.
Mr. Kyle, is it? Mr. Kyle, can I indicate to you that we've got one of the wise response witnesses who won't be available till 3. If you're comfortable, as and when the other witnesses finish, I'll get you to come in at that stage. So we, hard to say, but we should have you on 2:15 or thereabouts.
Yes, thanks, sir.
Maybe.
Quite happy about that.
Thank you.
Quite relaxed back here. It's the first time I've had for a while. Hamish has just joined on. We'll pop up in a second.
Oh, Dr. Rennie, welcome. We've read your evidence. And is there anything, before I pass it over to members of the panel for any questions, anything in particular that you wanted to highlight?
No, I think my evidence was fairly brief, as you will appreciate, and it hit the main points. Essentially, we, from a planning perspective, given the evidence that we've seen, or I've seen, it appears that we do need to move faster on addressing matters that impact on us into the future, particularly in relation to things that could help us be more resilient to climate change. And that's where my evidence basically leads.
Thank you. So we'll start with questions from Commissioner Sullivan.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Rennie. I found your evidence very clear. I didn't have any questions out of that, but thank you.
Commissioner Kiewit.
Actually the same. As you said, it was reasonably brief, and I guess your key message is to bring those vision achievement dates forward in line
Yes.
with Mr. McTavish's submission points. So thank you for that.
Commissioner Kirk.
Yeah, no, I don't have any questions, thank you.
And Dr. Rennie, my question is really probably a personal one for you. Paragraph 14, if you were foolish enough to disclose that you're the co-owner of a sheep stud, etc., and you referred to in the last sentence, our farm environment plan has been audited twice with A grades each time. Can you advise whether you were required in respect of those voluntary type of plans to address the issue of cumulative effects at all?
Ours wasn't a voluntary plan, it was a resource consent condition. I think ours was first catchment in the South Island, where we actually had to get resource consent to farm, and had to, as a condition on those, we had to have farm environment plans that addressed our nutrient losses and so on. Basically, the cumulative effects was dealt with by what the settings were for nutrient limits for our catchment and for Te Waihoa Lake Ellesmere, basically. And so we had to be less than, off the top of my head here, 15 whatever it is of nitrogen per hectare per year. And as long as we're under that, then we were sort of, well within the cumulative loading of the catchment. We're about 5, so we've got a 10 margin on that, and that's partly because of the way we operate our farm. However, the limits set for the catchment have been identified by a number of people as way too low, way too high. They were set through a consultative process, a collaborative process, and they actually don't achieve the outcomes that the Canterbury Water Management Strategy is supposed to achieve. Brian Jenkins, who is CEO, has written about this in his book on the Canterbury water system, and how the targets, the requirements set at the individual catchments do not actually achieve the targets of the strategy overall.
So
I guess that's one of the reasons why I'm a little bit cautious about collaborative processes and the setting of the actual targets.
Right. Can you recall how long ago that process was instituted?
2013. So I think we got our consent in 2000, and when we had to get our consent, we would have had to have got it in about 2015. Is it before or after the flood? Yeah, 2015. So we got our first audit would have been 2018, and our second audit would have been 2021. So our next audit will be next year.
Different issue, but just the timeframes. You're and Wise Response generally are seeking much more truncated timeframes, and the flip side of the coin, as you could expect, we've got the rural community saying you've got to be reasonable, you've got to allow some sort of reasonable transition period to take into account the impacts on their communities. To what extent do you think the action plan process would meet the setting of interim targets that might have a longer time frame in terms of overall ecological or environmental responses, but at least there are, through action plans, interim targets being set?
I think the interim targets are crucial. My concern is that the delay in ultimately, they tend to lead to a delay in meeting the longer term target, because people tend to push them out a little bit rather than taking action earlier. And I think this is one of those areas where people might just have to bite the bullet and say, we really have to work on this earlier. I say this in part because I'm currently, as I think I might have indicated my evidence, I'm currently sitting on the government's severe weather recovery review recovery panel. I think I might have got that around the wrong way, but something like that, dealing with orders in council for the relief of places in the severe weather affected areas of the North Island, Tairāwhiti and Auckland and so on. And when you see the consequences of what we are dealing with in terms of climate change, you start to think, I think, a bit more, a lot more about how we need to take action earlier. I think it's helped reinforce to me the need for urgency in setting tighter timelines than I might have previously thought.
Yeah, I can well imagine that that's pretty compelling, the experience that you're having. Look, thank you very much. Those are the questions that I had, and thank you for making yourself available.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity.
So, next one.
That's it, except for Stephen.
Right. Okay. On that case, I was needing to call on you a lot earlier, if I can, Mr. Kyle. Thank you.
No, it's circulating, thank you. Silver one's fresh.
Blue book, Mr. Kyle.
Pardon?
The blue book looks scary.
It's got the current logo on it. It's pretty old.
Thank you, Mr. Carl. Did you have a summary of evidence at all, or were there matters you want to highlight?
Yes.
I'll just grab it. So one, that one. Do you want to decide it?
How's that?
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, panel. I don't have a summary, and I just want to note that I'm a bit of a ring-in here. I think we've heard Mr. Tuck, one of my colleagues, on behalf of Silver Fern Farms a couple of times. He's decided to go on holiday, so I got the choice of presenting evidence here. He's helped me put things together, and I think I understand the nature of the submission. Just a bit of context, which I think is reasonably important. You'll know from his evidence and my more recent brief that Silver Fern Farms' primary interest in Otago is their processing plant at Finnegan. And we've been working with them for the last 4 years to renew all of their discharge consents, one of which relates to wastewater into the Mata'o. Those consents were issued last week, finally, after a fairly long period. They've been issued for 25 years, and in some ways it resolves some of the concerns that Silver Fern Farms has had with the RPS, although, as always, you should be mindful about the potential for things like reviews on consents and things. But what that does do for me is it means that I just want to highlight a couple of points in some of the policy matters that I do identify in my evidence, and just walk you through a couple of things that are still pretty important from the Silver Fern Farms point of view. So perhaps if I could just start with it's, and I do make this comment in my evidence, the objective that does relate to the Clutha Mata'o FNU division, which is objective FFVM02. You'll recall from my evidence that one of the things that concern Silver Fern Farms, and I've addressed in my evidence, relates to this statement that there should be no direct discharges of wastewater to water bodies. And the Section 42, 42A report has addressed this, and I'm quite happy with where that's landed. But getting traction with the 42A writer is not always the same as getting traction with the panel. So I just wanted to make sure that I just went through this issue again for you, so that my view is pretty clear. Where that's ended up is with some soft wording, with the addition of the wording where practicable, I think is the wording. Let me just check that. Not quite the word, but yeah, rather than an outright direction to say that there will be no direct discharges of wastewater to water bodies, it's now where practical. So there's a bit of a rider, I suppose, to allow some flexibility, and that's really important for the likes of food processors like Silver Fern Farms, because in that particular case, they've invested very heavily in their wastewater treatment system. They did that the last time they required consents, or as a result of requiring consents last time out. They spent many tens of millions on what is really a state-of-the-art wastewater treatment plant. It goes through a primary, secondary, and tertiary treatment process, including fairly intensive UV and E. coli treatment. As I mentioned, that the investment in that technology was very significant. And the resultant effects on things like water quality and ecological health, which is confirmed by the monitoring subsequent and as part of preparing the assessment of effects for the application, shows that the effects are not more than minor, to the point where the council actually processed those consents without notice. So it was not notified, which is reasonably unique in my experience, having worked a lot with meat processing plants throughout the South Island and New Zealand. Having said that, though, there was a lot of work done in the lead up and behind the scenes to make sure that key stakeholders, and in particular, mana whenua, were comfortable with the approach being adopted. And we managed to get iwi agreement to the approach, and that included a provision, and this is something that actually features in one of the policies, provision to periodically have a look at that technological response to see if a better option might be to bring the discharge out to a land-based disposal system and work through that review process in collaboration with tangata whenua. So that's one of the conditions on consent. And Silver Fern Farms is very much committed to that process going forward. I think the first review is 2 years from the issuance of the consent. And if there is to be a technological change, they then have a period of time to implement that. But at the moment, it's certainly important. I think it's important to just retain a little bit of flexibility around this direction that discharges of wastewater into water bodies should actually be avoided at all costs, because it's very, very difficult given a number of legacy situations. And in fact, in that particular case, the outcome is good. All the assessments say that. And if they were to have to make a significant change at significant costs, that could jeopardise the viability of the plant, to jeopardise 11 or 1,200 jobs in Balclutha. The other point I just wanted to touch on relates to the policy with respect to wastewater discharges. And you'll know from my evidence that there's this stated preference for a discharge of wastewater to be to land unless the effects are greater than the discharge to water. And there's also a provision, which I just referred to, there's also a provision in LFFW policy 15 that on-site wastewater systems need to be designed and operated in accordance with best practice. And I think that is the wording currently adopted in the 42A report. So we have a minor disagreement there. As you've seen from my evidence, my preference is, rather than specifying best practice, that arm of the policy should specify the best practicable option. Now, the reasons for that should be reasonably obvious to you, but it's really important in my experience with consenting these large-scale plants, these industrial processing plants, that there is the opportunity to look at the full gamut of those relevant facets of BPO, rather than always insisting on best practice. A good example, I suppose, is, and this is outside of the region, but in Southland, we had a reconsenting exercise for another meat processing company, where I asked the process engineer, what's the difference here between BPO and best practice? And best practice was tens of millions of dollars more than BPO, as it happened, simply on the basis that he could design something to treat the wastewater in that case to the nth degree. But in the context of the BPO, the broader context of the BPO considerations, it wasn't necessary to do that, at least in the interim period. Now, that consent also has some ratchet ratchet up provisions inherent in the conditions whereby over time that BPO obligation is revisited with a view toward getting to a point where better technology is employed, but within the realms of the BPO considerations, which obviously account for the nature of the discharge, the sensitivity of the receiving environment, its effects, the financial implications, and the technical knowledge and whether it could be applied. So the issue we struck in this Southland situation, it's very difficult to apply the alternative technical solution because it relied on land disposal, and the soils in Southland are great in the summer for land disposal, not so good at other times. And what it meant was, in that case, that plant would have needed to have acquired in the order of 400 or 500 hectares of land, probably within 25 kilometres of the plant. So it was whilst it was probably best practice, it was very, very difficult to implement. And just a final note, I see the BPO concept has survived in terms of being inclusion in the new Act. So whilst that's probably not hugely important at the moment, ultimately as this plan sort of enters its new statutory lifetime, that BPO concept is still alive and well in there, I see. So those are the two matters I just wanted to highlight for you, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cobb. So we'll start with Commissioner Sullivan.
Thanks, Mr. Kyle. Just before I move to your evidence, just following on what you were just saying around BPO. I mean, do you think that Te Manawa Te Wai will change how BPO is applied in practice at all? And I suppose, to what extent, I suppose, is it defined, or, I know there's a number of factors that are taken into account, but in terms of how those factors are weighted, is it likely that more weighting would be given to the sensitivity of the receiving environment?
Yes.
Now with the MPSFM?
Yes, I think that's right.
Have you seen that coming through in practice at all? Or?
Yes. That very issue, how sensitive is this receiving environment? What is its current state? What needs to be done to improve? All those things are squarely being brought to bear in the consenting processes that I'm familiar with, and they can be exceedingly challenging for certainly some of the older processing plants around, but they've quickly learned that they need to substantially lift their game in order to meet that changing environmental state and critically the expectations going forward.
Okay, no, thanks for that. Just turning to your paragraph 21 in your evidence machine, and you've requested that the word significant go ahead of habitats. And that was FW B72. And you're saying that that's at odds with section 6. And I suppose I just wanted to question you, given section 6 is around matters of national importance, and whether if we put that word significant in, we would still be being consistent or applying policy 9 of the MPSFM, which states the habitats of indigenous freshwater species are protected. It doesn't have any reference to significant.
Yeah, I understand your point, and I have to say that probably the matter I've raised in the evidence is quite a small point now for silver fern farms, in the light of the last week's developments. And I do accept that the MPSFM, what would you say, is it truly faithful to Part 2? In some ways, yes, but in many other ways, it's looking to tighten things, and I don't see that.
I think the other points, you covered off a couple of matters of clarification that I had here. So thank you. Your evidence was very clear.
See you again, Mr. Kyle. It's been a while since you've been one of these, probably.
In Otago, yes. Other places, not so much.
Yeah. I'm surprised you haven't moved.
I can never leave here, Mr. Cubitt, you know that.
Just going back to your initial comments around the process you've just been through, which were quite interesting context, really. You talked about in paragraph 12, the high level of compliance being achieved by the 2007 update. What do you mean by high level of compliance? Were there issues, so and they've been sort of resolved through this process?
There was one issue with an exceedance in E. coli when there's no other way to say this. There was a new operator operating the tertiary treatment system, and he thought it was appropriate to turn the bulbs off at night. So that resulted in a little spike in E. coli and a non-compliance that was reported to the regional council when it was realised that you don't turn those lights off ever. That issue was resolved. It was just an operational issue that caused a non-compliance.
So that sort of review condition of the BPO, I guess it probably is becoming a bit more standard now, but what's the likelihood? You referred to the soils in Southland, the soils around Finnegan are probably pretty similar. And I think that whole plain to south of Finnegan is probably a floodplain.
Yes.
It's pretty damp. What are your long-term options there? Where would you go?
At the moment, the primary alternative for wastewater treatment is a land-based disposal system, which tends to work better in better soils where the climate is warmer. And the further south you go, that becomes more and more challenging, meaning that you need more and more land, or you need a dual system whereby through the winter you might have a discharge through a treatment system to a waterway, and in the summer you could deal with your discharge to a land-based setup. That, of course, kind of doubles the cost and can become quite practically difficult to manage.
Yeah, do you guys, the Silverfern Farms working with Telford in any way in terms of dealing with these sorts of issues, given they're sort of a training farm? I'm not sure what they do in the environmental space. Is there any relationship there?
I'm not sure about that. I know they have a pretty firm relationship with some quite high caliber environmental engineering firms, because they're always looking for, they have a range of plants around the country, and we help them in all of their locations, and we are continually tapping into that capability to work out the next best fit technologically to deal with issues. So they're progressively upgrading plants and the way they deal with emissions all of the time.
Yeah, I was just wondering the sense of testing new systems, whether, because Telford's right at your doorstep, whether that sort of land is available to do that sort of stuff. I guess in terms of the main body of evidence, are reasonably happy. The only one thing I was going to talk to you about was the wetlands issue you raised, and the concern around the proposed provisions sort of stepping beyond the effects management hierarchy in the MPS. This FM is reasonably different. It does allow councils to adopt more stringent measures. So does that change your view of your evidence? I don't think did you acknowledge that?
Probably, no, I'm not sure I did. And look, I do understand that council's free to, limits free to up the ante with respect to wetlands if it sees the need to. The whole issue of wetlands, certainly in practice, in the light of the NPSFM, has been enormously problematic.
I was just wondering whether your concern is actually related to the issue we've just been talking about, because where you would go land-based discharge, there's probably quite a few of those sorts of natural but not natural inland wetlands.
Yes,
in that area.
Yeah, we've looked at and not just in meat processing, but in many other industries or extractive industries that we work in. We're constantly confronted with this need to manoeuvre around what might even remotely comprise a natural inland wetland. So in a practical sense, it's occupied a lot of time and resources to deal with the NPSFM. Some of the recent changes have been helpful to a point. But I guess the concern I have for the RPS, getting back to your question at the moment, is sort of conflation of the two concepts, natural inland wetland and natural wetland, because certainly the natural inland wetland and the changes made to the NPSFM more recently are helpful for some of those key industries that are completely reliant on their location, like extractives, for example, mining and quarrying. And they need that ability to rely on the effects management hierarchy. Yeah, I really feel for the drafters of this plan, having all of these all of these different iterations of what a wetland is, and where you get to is understandably pretty muddled. So good luck.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you helped the steering wheel. Anyway, thank you for that.
Is meat processing today's talk for freezing works or?
Yes.
Yeah. Now, it's here somewhere, I may well be, I've missed it, but you've got resource consents for taking water from the Clue, the Matao. What volumes are we talking about here?
I can't remember. I can find out. I've got the consents here somewhere. Reasonably substantial. It's a big plant.
I mean, you've got about 1,300 workers here, right? Or 12 or 13.
It's Silverfin Farm's largest plant in New Zealand. Processes 22,000 lambs a day. It's 20,000 cubic meters of wastewater per day when it's in full swing. It's substantial. About the size of. It's roughly about the size of quite Invercargill, but maybe somewhere around Gore in terms of volumes of wastewater, and I can't remember the volumes going in. It'd be roughly the same though.
How long do they go for?
It varies, but it's normally quite a. It's not at peak all of the time, of course, because lambs they fatten, then you process. So they peak through the summer, late summer, but mostly operating for around about 8 months, 8 to 10 months a year.
And the animals come from all over the place, or just from your own farms?
No, that's supplied by farmers all over the South Island.
Cool. Thank you.
You made comment about the use of the phrase greatest extent practicable, and I wondered whether by any chance you'd done a word search of the NPSFM to just see whether it had ever been used in that regard?
No, I haven't done that kind of word search.
Right. So, are you aware of any other situations in a statutory context where that phraseology is used?
I've certainly seen it in plans.
Yeah. But outside plans, you haven't, nothing springs to mind.
Occasionally in conditions of consent, but in the statutory context, i.e. in the Act, not that I recall.
Or NPS.
Or NPSs, no.
Because I see the word practical in different settings through the NPS, but I'd struggle to find that phraseology.
It's certainly in the NPS quite a lot.
That greatest extent.
Oh, not great. Oh, to the extent practical.
To the extent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm.
Not the greatest.
Right. Just listening to you, I was amazed to hear you say that you achieved the clarity through treatment of where you didn't have to have a works of that size, discharge from works of that size dealt with on notice. And it's no real question out of this. I'm just recounting an experience. I remember sitting as you were talking, I remember sitting as a commissioner in respect of a proposed salmon treatment facility in the Sounds, where the level of treatment was, the complaint was from submitters that the level of treatment was going to achieve discharge was a better quality than the turbid waters and the Sounds, and therefore at the mixing zone would be unnatural. And so it was a very unusual sort of situation. Did that type of issue arise with this level of treatment, and whether it was going to be unnatural in your discussions with Takapuna?
Not really, but certainly the water quality above the discharge is impacted by influences like catchment, as you'd expect on the Mano. And the difference is unnoticeable after the zone of reasonable mixing. It's a big water body, and the proportion of discharge in the context of that large water body is small, because there are some flow limits, etc., as to when discharges can occur. And the treatment level is, as I say, it's pretty well best in show that I've seen anyway, anywhere in the South Island. And it does a good job, unless the operator doesn't.
Turn on the right switch.
Here to manual.
Right. Look, I found your it's very helpful. Thank you. Certainly very clear, and I don't have any other questions on it. So thank you very much, Mr. Kyle, and thanks for coming up today.
Thanks very much for listening.
So we're at a situation where your man is not available till 3. Yes. We're going to be running tight on time. You said you had some finishing remarks that you wanted to make. It would be helpful to us if we heard those now.
Sorry, just while you're waiting there, Felicity has just sent me through some COVID legislation, and that uses the term "to the greatest extent practicable," just for your info and interest.
Right.
It's the COVID public health response.
Sorry,
order.
what is it? The
COVID-19 public health response order 2020.
I thought you were going to say there's a COVID outbreak, go home.
Sorry, can I just note that down? COVID?
Yes, COVID-19.
COVID-19.
Yeah. Public health response.
Public health response.
And then open bracket.
Yeah.
Election and referendums. Close bracket. Order 2020.
Referendum order 2020.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
It just illustrates that Felicity is listening
Yes.
quite closely.
Hi, Felicity.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. McTavish.
Do you have any questions for the other reports?
Are you still going to be able to hear him if he comes at 3?
Well, we're just talking amongst ourselves. We might just have a break if we can for 10 minutes and we just work out amongst ourselves whether there's any particular questions that we had that because if we don't, we can take as evidence as read and you can just finish. So
Yes.
we'll break for 10 minutes, have that discussion, come back. All right. Okay. we've all had a look through our notes, Mr. McTavish, and all of us have identified the same issues relating to net gain, biodiversity offsetting. On looking again through Dr. Stephen Knight Lenahan's observations in respect of that issue, none of us had any particular lack of clarity about what he was saying. We have to assess one argument, one side, one argument, the other side. So we think that we are fully informed by him. He's set it out clearly and well. So we're really in a position where we'd like you to conclude for us.
Yes.
And we won't need to call the latest evidence as well. Right?
Yes. We can't tell him that because I think he's getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, no.
But you had some concluding remarks that you wanted to make. So
Yes, right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you for being so patient, and I'm sorry about all the words, and I hope that we've managed to convey the different perspective that a limits approach gives you. As long as you think there's more to discharge, loose wording, we're not going to drive the change that's going to come willy-nilly. And it's better to start getting prepared early and get our house in order is essentially our message. And I have to say, Councillor Kitty, I think it aligns very much with the philosophies that are coming through to Manawa Way. I mean, basically, the nature first, let's get that right. So that's really what we're saying. So final remark, I've got it at the end of the evidence at 96. Our society formed in 2012 with the purpose of promoting the effective recognition of biophysical limits in the planning system as an alternative to the dominant unremitting growth narrative. Rather than using other litigation methods under consideration at the time, we were advised by Queen's Counsel to use the existing RMA framework to promote the changes we sought. Since about 2015, we have been more or less continuously a party to policy reviews, both nationally and regionally, promoting those same principles. In the case of the ORC, this has included Plan Change 6A, which I think started about 2015, 6AA, the operative RPS, PC7, PC8, and now a new RPS almost before the last one hit the road. This one's involved 5 hearings for us. Following this, we have the prospect of trying to leave a useful policy into the new land and water plan. Sadly, it's fair to say that despite endless hours of group voluntary time and pro bono input from experts, as I say, equally worried about our environment legacy, so they give their time free. None of these efforts have delivered what is needed. And over the same 8-year period, the environmental crisis has escalated hugely in multiple fronts, and the warnings about passing a point of no return have become ever shriller. For example, following the release of the 3rd Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change in 4th of April 2022, the UN Secretary General said, "We are on a fast track to climate disaster, major cities underwater, unprecedented heat waves, terrifying storms, widespread water shortages, the extinction of 1 million species of plants and animals. This is not fiction or exaggeration. It is what science tells us will result from our current energy policies. We are on a pathway to global warming of more than double the 1.5 limit agreed on in Paris. Some government and business leaders are saying one thing, but doing another. Simply put, they are lying, and the results will be catastrophic. this is a climate emergency. How do we break this suicidal path? When will some forum actually have the courage to make the difficult call that changes the trajectory? Isn't this RPS process where what sustainable management really means is decided? Are we so hidebound in our procedures that we cannot respond to the elephant in the room? All parties in this process know children, have children, and some of us grandchildren. What the Secretary General is telling us is that on our current trends, their future will become a living nightmare. I'm sorry. Perhaps before 2050, it's under 25 years. Under these circumstances, the nearer, I think you could finish that for me.
Under these circumstances, the nearer planning time horizons are to 2050, the more unlikely they are to be achieved. At the very least, milestones become essential. Last, we have Mana Whenua to thank for the concept of Te Mana o Te Wai and putting nature first. If we can be true to the kaupapa of this RPS, it will go a long way to addressing not just freshwater, but also the way we manage the land and hence confront climate change.
Thank you, both of you. Thank you for the obvious genuine intensity with which you present your case, and that's acknowledged. And I just hope that you've got the energy to carry on to the next stage, because the next stage is finally, after 8 years, it's really where the rubber does hit the road in terms of the setting of limits and the whole NOF process, which is really what you are pushing for and pushing strongly for. So we've heard your message repeatedly. We're genuinely impressed with your own genuineness, and thank you very much for the effort, all of you, all of your experts as well. So that concludes the hearings for us now of evidence. We've got a closing from Mr. Anderson, the council for ORC on Monday week, and then we've got the rather difficult task of trying to deliberate and make some decisions. So we'll try and listen to you about quick time frames for that, but we'll
please just get the leverages in for us for the next level, will you? And I'm sorry about me breaking up.
Sorry about that.
Thank you. Very embarrassing.
I like the word you used early on, which I hadn't heard for a long time. If I conk out.
Yeah, I did conk out.
It was pretty emotive stuff though, wasn't it?
Oh, no, that's not.